Colleagues, just another moment, please. Colleagues, staff, and members of the gallery, the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for Council standing or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. As necessary, the committee colleagues will recess at approximately 6:30 p.m. for dinner. I will look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to 2.1, the report to the community on the strategic plan, there's a number of items on there that refer to the Middlesex London Health Unit. I'm identifying those just out of a caution, but not declaring a pecuniary interest, as this is a report for information. But should there be any amendments to those, I may need to recuse at that time. With respect to 4.2, I'll recuse as the Middlesex London Health Unit is my employer, and we're seeking to appoint board members there.
So noted. Any other disclosures? See none. Colleagues, under 2.1 through 2.4, we have the consent agenda. Does anyone wish any of these items removed? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'd like 2.2 dealt with separately.
I'm sorry, please again, I couldn't hear you.
2.2.
2.2. Any other items for separate consideration? Seeing none, I will look for a mover of the consent agenda. Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. Any comments, questions with all but 2.2? I will note as well, by the way, that we do have a communication from Mr. Bill Brock, which is part of that consent agenda, so it does not require a separate motion. Then I'll turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-0.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll now turn your attention to 2.2, the London Community Grants Program allocations. Councillor Lewis, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, I do, Your Worship, and I want to say to colleagues, and I recognize that Councillor Squire is not here to give his usual lecture about motions coming up late, so I will say mea culpa on this, but we did receive this report last week, and I did have a chance to communicate with staff over the weekend. Appreciate them making themselves available by email to me, and as well we met this morning to work on this, because when I reviewed this, with the lens in mind that we are facing some tough budget challenges, I did find some things in there that were very hard for me to say, we should go ahead with all of these. For example, I'm not sure that our community grants program should be paying for repaving a private parking lot, which is one of the recommendations in here. And I have no doubt that there is value in all of these grants, but we have to make some choices on some of these things. And when I see, for example, 3 different asks in here about grants for making washrooms more accessible. Well, that's a valuable thing to do. There's a federal Enabling Accessibilities Grant program. That would be a much more appropriate source of funding than asking for this to be done on the municipal tax levy. So I have prepared a draft motion. It's been circulated to folks that we do receive this report, but that we also ask our administration to review the policy and report back on some policy amendments. And those suggested areas are 1, to identify if the municipality is the appropriate source of funding for requests, and potentially amending that policy to limit or remove eligibility for programs that can receive funding through senior levels of government, such as the Enabling Accessibility Fund. Also to limit the scope of eligibility for special events, including but not limited to one-day events that might be requests that are more appropriately submitted under the neighborhood decision-making process or other small events grant processes that we have. And 3, to look at tightening the current eligibility criteria for capital funding requests. And again, I bring to colleagues' attention the fact that, one of the recommendations in here is to repave the parking lot. And I'm not sure that that's an appropriate request to come through the public levy on ratepayers. So, and then of course, that we also, as we did on November 5th through our SPPC meeting with the budget update, that we asked Civic Administration to develop business cases for consideration during the multi-year budget process that provide for potential reductions related to some of these grants. Doesn't mean we're making a decision on that tonight, but bring the options forward before us so we can consider those in the grants process. So clerks have the printed version of this. They've circulated it around. I'd like to put that on the floor, and I believe I have a seconder in.
Before we look for a second, I just want to clarify that all colleagues have a copy of the suggested amendment to this. Does anyone not? I'll let you carry on. Councillor Lewis, you have a seconder?
Yes, I believe Councillor Lehman is prepared to second that.
Councillor Lehman? All right, so duly seconded. Comments or questions with respect to the amendment on the floor? Councillor Salim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have more of a technical question on this. If maybe staff or Mr. Lewis can, Councillor Lewis can help me here. If this was to go through, could you, I guess, walk me through what would happen? Would this not have an impact on when the decisions are made for and when the applicants would be notified? I just want to know what the reality looks like for those people who've applied, understanding under the old policy, and just want to know if there's any impacts to them.
Well, why don't we ask staff that very question? Ms. Smith, could you respond to that?
Through the chair, we would do the review of the community grants policy early next year and bring back some recommended changes probably in around May or June. And the impacts would be on moving forward for 2021.
Does that, Councillor Salim?
So just to follow up, so all the recommended funding requests would go ahead for this year is my understanding. I just wanted to confirm that.
Let's take that right back to staff again. Ms. Smith?
Through the chair, that is correct, Councillor Sully.
Any other comments or questions with respect to the amendment?
I
I'm
just
sorry,
want-
Councillor Salim, are you still going?
Yes, I just had another
Please.
question through you to my councillor colleague, Lewis. When he's in his motion where he's talking about events, could you describe, give us maybe an example? Because I'm looking at some of the particular requests, or is he talking about things like the London Cross Cultural Learning Center one-day events? Is that what you're referring to, or just help me with an example?
Councillor Lewis?
Certainly through you, Mr. Chair, to my colleague. That's certainly something, one that stood out for me. Many cultural associations have cultural events through the course of the year. They don't come through the community grants process. We do have another funding stream, neighborhood small events, that might be a possibility. Obviously, neighborhood decision-making also allows for special events to be considered in the voting process, and that puts it in the hands of the public. So I would, not limiting it to those specific examples, but to look at limiting the eligibility for special events where there are other streams available, and that's what's in part 2 of the motion here.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. A couple of questions through the chair. The second part, I guess the third part, part C of the motion that Councillor Lewis has suggested is that there be potential reductions to the community grants program. It looks to me like what's in front of us here is fully allocating the $2.3 million per year. So in the event that there was a reduction in the grant budget for the multi-year budget, what would happen to the things that have now been identified as approved?
Let's turn that to Ms. Smith, please.
Through the chair, the grant agreement stipulates that the allocation of funding each year is contingent upon the city's approval of the budget on an annual basis.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I do know that. I mean, what would actually happen? So say we cut it to $2 million a year, which of the things would be reduced? How would that happen?
Ms. Smith.
Thanks for the clarification. Through the chair, this means we would have to go back to the community review panel, and we would have to review those applications again, and we would have to make decisions based on the availability of funding. So that would impact the organizations currently receiving funding, which means some may receive less and some may not receive money, depending on the decisions made by the council for 2021, 22, 23.
I'm going to recognize Councillor Turner in a moment, but I think it would help help all of us. Ms. Smith, perhaps could I ask you, in relation to this, I understood that that this program, which has been developed and worked through with a committee that has taken this responsibility, so that it was not political, if I understand that. Can you just give us some historical perspective as to why it was established and developed? I think that might help us to understand why it was out of council's purview and into committee. And if you could explain that, and then Councillor Turner, thank you for your understanding. I'll take it back to you.
Through the chair, back in 2015, council asked us to review and modernize our community grants process. At that time, organizations who were seeking funding from the City of London would come to budget or would go to committee and request funding on the council floor. And so based on that, council asked us to look at what other municipalities do and develop a process that took the decision-making about who gets funding out of the hands of council. So council would set the budget, council would set the policy, and then a community review panel made up of community members and experts in different fields would make the decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quickly through you. Do we ask what other sources of funding were sought by the applicants?
Ms. Smith.
Through the chair, yes, we do. In the council policy, it's very clear that the City of London is not the sole funder of any project or program, that funding must be leveraged.
Councillor.
Thank you. I'm in a little bit of discomfort today, so I'm not going to be very tactful. I think this is an incredibly myopic move, and I'm really disappointed to see this come forward. We spent a lot of time last term trying to figure out how best to come up with a program, as Ms. Smith had described, to ensure that there was funding for community opportunities. The ones that are here are not ones that are consistent with one-time events or with those that would be eligible for neighborhood decision-making funds. These are multi-year funding streams, and in the case of capital grants, these are very specific. And when you look at the organizations, nonprofits within the community that are having some challenges getting those capital works done, much-needed capital works. The organizations that seek funds from us are ones that provide a significant amount of service to the community, service that government doesn't provide. And so when we provide community grants, whether that be through the Community Arts Investment Program or through the Community Grants Program, these grants do the things that government doesn't do. nonprofits in the sector come up and pick up the slack where government has exited providing these services. So I hope all of you will reject this. I think the answer to the first question that I had was the area that I had perhaps that made a bit of sense is if we weren't asking whether applicants had actually sought out other funding, then I would make a little bit of sense to say, have you identified other sources of funding? Were you eligible for them? No? Okay, then you may be considered for the municipal ones. If you were eligible for a federal grant and you could get that federal grant first, then that should be the first source of funding. Totally makes sense. The rest of this, reducing the amount of money that we provide, it's $2.3 million bucks. For the amount of return, take a look at this sheet. It's significant. And the way that we did this was specifically, as His Worship has said, to depoliticize this process. Bringing this back like this is completely repoliticizing it. So I'm disappointed. I urge you to defeat the motion.
Any other comments or questions? Councilor Lewis, I know you've spoken initially. I'll give you a chance, but I have to allow other committee members to have their say as they wish first, please. Councilor Lehman.
You know, I appreciate Councillor's concerns about politicizing this. However, when we come under a terrific challenge to get our budget house in order, we're looking at finding at least $6 million to get anywhere close to what we told London we were going to do back in the spring. So a question through you, Chair, to staff is, have we approved this funding for this, or does that come in when we do our four-year budget talks?
Ms. Smith, you wish to clarify, please?
Through the chair, in the Neighborhood Children and Fire Services base budget is two allocations. One is $2.3 million a year for the multi-year stream, and the second is $496,000 a year for the innovation and capital stream, and those will go forward as part of the 2020 to 2023 budget process.
Councillor, are you satisfied with that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I am. So this hasn't been approved yet, and I think the reason I seconded this is not to do away with all of it, but we have some hard choices facing us, and we're looking at all sources of funding as directed by the taxpayers with no prejudice. So I don't think it's out of line to look at this, and I don't want to be painted every time we look for savings or efficiencies or better ways to do things. I don't want to be painted into a corner saying it's politicizing it or it's uncaring. It definitely is not. There are competing interests out there for the fixed tax dollars we get, tax dollars that are raised by property tax, not income tax. So that's what this is. And if we are going to not allow due diligence in line items on our budget, it'll be even a more difficult challenge to get where we want to go in the upcoming deliberations.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. I do have a question for you, Mr. Chair, to staff regarding the organizations that are coming forward here today. And if this motion is supported, what happens with those commitments? Are we allowing the ones that we have in front of us now to move forward, and then in previous years we're going to be doing what? I'm really confused here by supporting this motion. And I want to be clear, I'm not going to support anything unless I really understand what the implications are. So just if you could help me, first of all, understand the commitments that are coming forward to us tonight to approve, and how we move forward, if you support this motion.
Ms. Smith.
Through the chair, all the applicants have been sent a letter detailing the results of the community review panel. And they've also been informed of the next steps, and the next steps is developing a grant agreement. However, this is contingent upon the budget. So they have been informed. They are working right now on the money they have, finalizing their outcomes. However, grant agreements won't be signed and money won't be flowed until the approval of the 2020 to 2023 budget.
Councillor Hopkins, you good? Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Yes, thank you. So I'm not going to make any comments on any of the projects whatsoever, because I think it was Councillor Turner and I who worked to support a process that was separate from council, and I stand by that. At the time, we were looking for appropriate funding sources to avoid the kind of discussions that we're having now, which is awkward, because we've set forward a process that starts to establish some expectations for community groups before we've actually approved the budgeting of the amounts of money that would fund those projects. And so I think there is a legitimate discussion that should be able to be had by municipal council about the level of funding that it assigns to different components of its multi-year budget. And we put ourselves in an awkward situation of starting this process, creating expectations before we make the final decision on the budget. And in part, you know, there's some advantages and disadvantages of doing that. The advantage of doing that is when there are large items that come through the process that don't fit within the process, they can be referred to the multi-year budget process, as you see some of them being referred there. The disadvantage is we are in this awkward space that we're in now of creating expectations for a number of community groups without having to approve the budget. So I definitely think this is something we have to fix at some point down the road in an appropriate way, because what we really should be doing is budgeting the amount of money we want to spend on the community grants program, authorizing that, and then engaging in a process to solicit stuff. What we would lose in that process is the ability to fund things that maybe don't fit within the program, and there are pros and cons. So I support the idea that we have to have a discussion to fix this, because there are challenges with it. It's a very awkward debate now, given the For Information report and the communications that have gone out to the community groups. Even though there's a line in the letter that says contingent upon the multi-year budget, when you start to direct someone to work on grant agreements, it's a very awkward spot to pull back on because of your budget debate. So I don't envy that this is a very tough decision for some colleagues. I'm not surprised that these sorts of things have come up, because I think, you know, we've designed this in such a way that we're dependent upon the core municipal budget for these projects, and so we haven't authorized that yet, and we won't until early next year. I don't really have anything else to contribute. Quite frankly, I'm not really sure where to go with this one because of this awkwardness, but I want colleagues to be aware that that's probably why this feels a little bit weird and awkward, is because of how we've set up and established the process.
Bear with me a second. We've got, I'll come back to you, Councillor Helmer. I know that Councillor Lewis wants to wrap on this, but we have Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps I could just ask you, through you to staff, that the reason this item is coming now is in our process, we wanted to make sure that the groups that apply for this multi-year funding would know ahead of time, so they can actually do their budgeting as well. And that's why it's coming at this time, isn't that right?
Back to, you're asking for presumption, but do you want to tackle that, Ms. Smith?
Through the chair, this is about a year-long process from the time we had to wait for council to set the strategic plan, because the funding must align with council's strategic plan. Once council's strategic plan was set and approved, and the policy was approved in April, we then open up the application process, we go through the review process, the appeal process. We just completed that in October, so our next step is to bring this information to council.
Councillor Van Holst?
All right, thank you very much. The portion that I think is important here, looking at senior levels of government, certainly we don't want to be downloading on our own initiative by supplying funds that could be coming from other levels of government. However, I do believe that for some grants that you do get from the senior levels, they're also looking for some leveraging from the city. And I just wanted to ask through you, Mr. Chair, to our staff, if that's the case for any of these grants. Are they going to higher levels of government with what they've got from the city as well, in hopes to get more leveraged funds?
I think that's a question about leveraging, but Ms. Smith, please.
Through the chair, our policy requires that. Whether that's a requirement of other levels of government, I am not aware.
Thank you. Anything final, Councillor Van Holst?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thanks very much. Anyone who hasn't yet spoken that wishes to? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question through you, probably to the treasurer. This 2.3 million for the one stream and then the 496 annually combined, what percentage of the overall budget would this represent?
Staff, please. Ms. West?
Sorry, roughly.
Oh,
And you're
sorry.
a math person. I thought you could do it really fast.
Is this, Ms. Barbone, are you going to try to tackle this? Don't just make it up, okay? That'd be, get a real number here.
So through the chair, it'd be about less than 0.5% of the total. I'm just ballparking it, but it's very minimal of the total it's approximately almost $1 billion budget, so very small amount.
Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, I recognize that we have to look, and we will be looking through the budget process for areas where that we can look for efficiencies and reductions, but I honestly don't think that this is going to make a big difference in our budget. When we look at the amount of money we spend on things like roads and road widenings and things like that, we're into multiple millions of dollars. So I'm going to give a little bit of a history. I know we've touched on it. So what used to happen at budget time is community groups that, as Councillor Turner said, are picking up the slack in our community. And we talk about the issues that we face in this city, and we say that the municipal government cannot do this alone. When these challenges that we're facing, if we're just going to talk in the downtown core alone, we know that it's not anything that the municipal government can handle and tackle alone. We need community partners. We need other levels of government, or we're not going to make any kind of dent whatsoever. So what happened at budget time is groups who were doing good things in our community would fill the gallery, and one by one by one, they would come to the microphone and they would plead for funding from the city. And there was extensive lobbying through email, through letters, through meetings, phone calls, and it took up a substantial part of the whole budget process. And it was very difficult to decide one over the other. It often came down to first come, first serve. Whoever got to the microphone first, whoever had the most organizational lobbying, they got the funding. And so that was the reason this program and this process was set up the way it was. The simple word is depoliticization, but that's what we faced before. So I want to remind councillors that might not remember, there was a community group that was getting this funding, and their funding was stopped. And the reason the funding was stopped was they did not have other sources of funding. That is a requirement, whether it's from other levels of government or from other community groups giving funding. The basic requirement is that the city cannot be the sole source of funding. There has to be buy-in from the community, from other levels of government, that this is a valuable program worth funding broadly. So, and finally, I want to say we had an opportunity earlier in the year to identify areas in the budget that we wanted to cut. And we should have identified this area if this is what we felt, if this is where we felt we should have looked at cuts. Because as Councillor Morgan said, now it's not just awkward, this whole thing is going to come to a standstill until the budget is complete, which will be March. Then if there are cuts, the task force that chooses the recipients will have to go back, rejig everything. a question to staff is, if that happens, what would be the earliest that the funding money would be able to flow? If everything comes to a stop, if the budget is changed, if everything has to be re-examined, what's the earliest that the funding could flow?
I'm not sure that question wasn't answered previously, but in case it hasn't, Councillor, Ms. Smith, would you please let us know?
Through the chair, to determine where we are now, it took 5 days, 5 meetings to do the multi-year stream and 1 day to do the innovation and capital and over the summer. So I would assume it would at least take half or more of that time.
20 seconds, Councillor Cassidy.
Okay, so that would be 5 days or multiple days following the approval of the budget. I'm not going to support this motion. I think it's not fair to the people that put their applications in. It's not fair to the task force that we have assigned this task to determine who the recipients are. If we want to look at it in future years, then fine, let's do that. But I'm not interested in stopping the process dead right now.
Thanks very much. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I've got one other question and then some comments. So if the recommendations around the policy review were to come forward and be approved by council, when is it that we would be getting a report back about the policy changes?
Ms. Smith?
Through the chair, I would say we would bring back a recommended policy in June of 2020 that we would then implement for the innovation and capital annual stream for 2021. So we would need to have it approved by you so that we could open up the application process for at least 2 months in the spring and summer and make decisions next fall.
Deputy Mayor?
Okay, so just a couple of comments. One, I think we need to constantly be reviewing this policy, like as we work our way through cycles. I think that's very appropriate. We did do that in April. We unanimously approved the policy the way it is now. And so, I mean, if you wanted to make changes to the policy, that would have been a good time. And so, you know, I think that's part of the reason we're in the situation we're in, is that we all just approved the policy and then we went out to the community and they applied under the policy, and now we're looking at changing it. So I wanted to ask about the timing, because I think that's really important. Like, if we're gonna make changes to it, I think we have to telegraph that in advance. We have to tell people that there could be changes. And because it's on a 4-year cycle, you know, there's a lot of issues that arise from that. I think there's some benefits, but there's also some issues, which is if you miss the cycle to apply, tough luck, you know, for a long time. And also if you know, you thought you had a project that was eligible under the previous policy, the current policy, and now there's a new policy, and now your project's not eligible, or now your project is eligible, I think it's creating a lot of uncertainty, frankly, in an area where people are applying for funding, like, that's not what they need. Like, they don't need more uncertainty from different levels of government about where they can get funding and how. And so I'm very cautious about how we actually make those changes, recognizing that reviewing the policy, I think, is a good practice and we need to be doing it. And I certainly don't begrudge anyone wanting to make changes to the policy. Similarly, I think, you know, we've already passed a motion. I didn't support it, but we passed a motion to say every service area come forward with reductions. I mean, this is in a service area, so it's already potentially up for reductions. I mean, I don't think it's probably high on the list of things that people are going to put forward to say we should cut that for all the reasons we're getting into here. So on the one hand, I think this is sort of the wrong timing of making the policy changes. And I also think it's kind of redundant in the sense that it's already captured in the very broad service area reductions motions we've already passed. So I'm not going to support it. I think we have to draw a line somewhere and say, we're not just going to keep creating uncertainty everywhere around what's happening over the next 4 years. This situation here, I think the most likely result is that the recipients, the potential recipients of these 65 grants are all going to show up because they're going to be worried that their grant is going to be the one that doesn't go through. And so, having sat through very long discussions around $10,000 and $12,000, I got to tell you, that is not where we need to be focusing our attention in the budget discussions. That was probably the single biggest improvement we made out of the last process, was focusing council's time on the bigger picture things, the bigger dollar value things, and not small grants that are important to the organizations, but in the grand scheme of the city budget are not. So I just reiterate something of what Councillor Cassidy said, which is, I think we need to keep our eyes focused on the bigger items.
Councillor Lehman, you had a thought you wanted to come back in?
Yeah, I understand those concerns, Councillor Cassidy. You know, for sure, when we approved this back in the spring, we didn't know what was coming down the pike as far as downloading and other challenges to our budget. And for sure, Councillor Helmer, yeah, I wouldn't want to see where we go back to improving these on case-by-case basis. However, I guess the question for me is, why are we approving a budget for a 4-year plan back in the spring before we even get to those discussions ahead of us in January?
Were you directing that as a question to anyone, Councillor Lehman, or was that
To
a?
staff, why do we not have that discussion where we allocated funds to this back then? Why don't we wait until we have completed the 4-year budget plan before then going to these groups for applying to the available funds decided to at that time, once we know all the financial pressures the city has?
I think that might just require a little clarity for understanding. Who would like to take that?
Through the chair, we, when we developed the modernized process, we did two things. We developed a multi-year funding. We heard loud and clear from our community. It used to be annual funding, that there was a lot more feeling of sustainability and able to grow an organization through multi-year. So we aligned it at that time, both with council's strategic plan and with the multi-year budget process. And on the other side of that, it takes, as I said, a year in the process. So that is how we laid out the community grants program, and perhaps there's opportunity in the future to look at it so that it's not aligned with the multi-year budget process for the multi-year stream at least.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. All right, thank you. To do a wrap, as I've seen no one else on the list, I'll turn this back to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to start with two questions to staff, and I'll start with the one for Ms. Barbone, because I recognize she might need a minute or two to crunch numbers, and then I'll share the one, or ask the one of Ms. Smith as well. First, when we talked about the impact on the budget, that was a number referencing the overall budget, but not the tax levy. And this is $11.1 million over the next 4 years, so it's not an insignificant amount. It's in the double-digit millions. So if you could perhaps give us an indication of what that impact might be on the tax levy rather than the budget itself. And perhaps while you're crunching that, through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Smith, per our conversations this morning, well, certainly looking at leveraging provincial grant money has been part of the process. It's my understanding that things like the federal grants through Enabling Accessibility Fund or New Horizons for Seniors have not in fact been something that the panel has been educated on to this point in time. Is that correct?
Ms. Smith, shall we start with you, please?
Through the chair, there is a portion in the application where organizations identify other sources of funding and other potential sources of revenue over the next 4 years. They don't identify specifically what programs or applications they're applying to. They do, however, we lump it under government, charitable donations, and revenue generating. So you're correct, councillors, we don't ask for specific programs through the provincial or federal government.
Ms. Barbone, do you have some thoughts on the query as posed?
Yes, so through the chair, the councillor is correct. That number that I quoted earlier was a percentage of the entire city's budget. So from a tax levy perspective, $6 million is approximately 1%. So if you were to add 2.3 and the 496 together to get an annual amount, that represents approximately 4.6 of a percent for the tax levy. So if you were to eliminate entirely, you'd have just under 0.5% on the tax levy savings, that just for context.
Thanks very much. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So colleagues, I've heard a lot of, concern that we're going to somehow repoliticize this process and that it's not going to make a big difference. Well, we just heard it could make 0.5% difference on the tax levy. As far as politicizing it again, this is not talking about dissolving the committee that reviews these applications and having them make recommendations to us. That would be politicizing it again, asking groups to come back, cap in hand, and stand in the gallery and make their case. We're not suggesting that. This motion is suggesting that we tighten up the policies, and yes, Deputy Mayor Helmer's right, and Councillor Cassidy's right. We could have, and we probably should have done this in the spring. Of course, in the spring, we were talking about a 2.7% annual tax hike, and now we're looking at 4%. So uncertainty is the name of the game right now in the reality of the budget world. And we don't know what the next provincial budget, or for that matter, what the next federal budget will bring for us either. So there is an issue here. And when we hear that, we're not asking for specifics. So do we know that these washroom renovations applied for the Enabling Accessibility Fund grant? No, we don't. We just asked, did you apply for other grants? And if they don't know it exists, then how would they have possibly applied for it? So we're not providing that information, and I think that's an area that we have to tighten up on. And colleagues, I pointed to one example in this year's stream where a parking lot is being resurfaced. This will be the second time that I can see, since the previous council put that process in place, that a parking lot has been resurfaced. Colleagues, you may disagree, but I don't think that is something that we've identified in our strategic plan as a priority for the city, repaving private parking lots through our grants program. So if you think that this should just be left fine as is, so be it. But I don't think that this is where we should be spending some of this grant money. There are a lot of really good applicants in here, and I'm not suggesting that we eliminate the program, that we don't do some of this. We absolutely should. And I look at the proposals brought forward by Inova and London Abused Women's Centre. And these absolutely align with our strategic priorities for creating a safe London for women and girls. And we should try and help them out here. But it does not mean that we shouldn't look at the policy and tighten up some of the funding grants that we are approving, because I don't, and again, I just use the parking lot as an example. I don't think that that is a strategic priority for this council, and I don't think that it is a good use of our public tax dollars. So all this motion is doing is asking for staff to report back. We are not making any decisions on which of these will or will not be funded tonight. We're asking for staff to come back with some recommendations on how we can ensure we're getting good value for the taxpayer out of this. So I encourage you to support it in that spirit. This may come back and we may say, you know what, we don't like any of the recommendations, we're gonna leave it as is. But let's get the options on the table.
Thank you. I understand, Councillor Morgan, you would like to look at how we're going to vote on this?
Yes, Your Worship, and I apologize for going after the mover's summary, but I was thinking about this and listening to my colleagues' discussions. I'd actually like, if we could, to vote on this Part C separately. Two reasons. One is, I don't have a problem actually looking into the policy implications of this. I will say, policy is not going to change the amount we spend. There's $27 million of asks for way less budget than that. So if you want to spend less, then you budget less. So that's a separate component for me. But I don't have a problem looking into the policy on a regular basis, so I'm likely to support that part.
I'm going to ask you not to speak to it as much as just clarify exactly where you're trying to take this, Councillor.
Okay, well, I want to vote on C separately because I agree that it's redundant, and I would expect this to be reviewed as part of the regular service reviews or the civic administration reviews that are being done, and I think it's fair game in the budget process anyways, so I don't think we need that part.
Thank you very much. So noted. Colleagues, we have motion on the floor, which is the amendment to the motion, which is A and B, which we'll vote together, and C will be a separate vote. Councillor Slee, you have a question?
I just want to vote on separate B-I.
All right, that is certainly your option. So then we'll be voting on A, B2, B3. Or we can do them all individually, but sorry, Councillor Turner.
I think that's what we're gonna have to do, if we can pull A separately too. They're not the same. I wouldn't say they're consistent with each other.
Okay. Then let's vote on them all separately. This will be just because it's more fun. If it's not fun, we shouldn't be doing it. Let's go on A, and this is a serious issue, so I'm not trying to make sport of it. So the amended motion as per, the amendment as per Councillor Lewis, we're voting on A.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12 to 1.
Colleagues, it looks like we are now going to tackle B1.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 7 to 6.
Colleagues, B2. And when we say 2, by the way, I do want to bring your attention that as we do B2, it is the first line of B and then 2.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost 5 to 8.
Thank you, colleagues. Now B3, or III, for those who prefer.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost 6 to 7.
Thank you, colleagues. Now I'll turn your attention to C.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost 5 to 8.
Colleagues, I'll now look for a motion to accept 2.2 as amended. Is there a mover?
No.
So we don't need to. Even better. So thank you very much, and I apologize for that. Colleagues, now scheduled items. We now have a public participation meeting with respect to water and wastewater rates. I'll look for a motion to open up the public participation meeting. Councillor Solis, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. I'll turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Councillor Pelosa? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-0.
So we would firstly ask, open this up to the public as you wish. If you wish to speak to the 2020 water and wastewater rates, if you are so inclined, we'd invite you to come to one of the microphones as set out. Identify yourself and as you wish your address, and we would give you up to 5 minutes to speak. I think it'd be nice to have a presentation, don't you think, Councillor Turner? Councillor Turner.
Yeah, Your Worship, since this is a public participation meeting, and typically we would have that set up by staff so that there was something to comment on rather than just the agenda on paper.
That would be very helpful. Staff wish to provide their public show. Chair, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I apologize, it's probably not much of a show, but I can provide you a brief overview of the recommendations. We had previously intended to carry 3% rate increases across the board through the upcoming budget period. We are proposing 2.5% at this time. We felt that was a reasonable balance between strategic investment as well as affordability. There shouldn't be any surprises in this budget, but we're eager to hear from councillors as well as from the public as to their position on both the rate and on what we're proposing.
So noting that, now that we are open to the public for any, thank you very much, Ms. Chair. If anyone wishes to comment on that, they're welcome to come to the microphone. Seeing none, then I'll look for a motion to close public participation. Councillor Solis, seconded by Councillor Turner. Turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Councillor Lewis? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-0.
Thanks very much, and thank you to the public for continuing to participate in this process. In terms of being here, colleagues, we have in front of us a report from the Managing Director of Environmental and Engineering Services, and she's made some brief comments with a recommendation. I'd like to ask colleagues if you have any comments with respect to the recommendation and the report. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Probably no surprise every year that this comes up. I have questions about the path towards sustainability. Over the past few years, we had very high rates on this that have come down and been brought down to what was projected as a sustainable level as 3% for the foreseeable future as a result of being able to move towards pay-as-you-go financing in a lot of the capital, life cycle capital replacement. There's a component of this report that talks to the infrastructure gap, or the current gap, and the gap in 10 years, showing us being able to eliminate the water infrastructure gap, but the sanitary infrastructure and stormwater, more notably the sanitary, increasing from $7 million to $36 million. What does an infrastructure gap in sanitary infrastructure look like, and what are the impacts of that? If I might throw you to staff.
Thank you. Ms. Sher?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I have Scott Mathers here, who's our Director of Water and Wastewater, and he may be able to provide some more details. From my perspective, this is across all of the assets that are managed within the water, wastewater, and in storm sewer category as well. So it would include our plants, it would include our major pipelines, it would include pumping infrastructure. So the majority of that, my understanding, is related to some of the more major assets, and we actually are working with our colleagues in asset management. We believe that there may actually be some changes to that gap that's predicted in this report as well, to the good. But Mr. Mathers is here and he can walk through some of the more specific examples.
Mr. Mathers, can you add to that, please?
Through your worship, as far as the rate that you see before you, what we're looking at doing with this rate was continue to try to narrow down that gap from where it was at the $40 million. That includes the 40 million has both the wastewater and the stormwater in it. That was our goal, was to try to manage it over the period. You don't have the actual budget document before you. You'll be able to see that in December. It's going to be tabled December 17th, and then I'll provide a little bit more detail for you. What you see before you, it's not, this time we're not looking at completely reducing the gap down to zero for wastewater, but we will have a gradual decrease, and the projection information will be available when you see the budget document.
Councillor Turner?
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps I'll phrase it a bit of a different way. The difference between 2.5% and 3% represents about $5 per household. There's about 200,000 households in London, so the projection of that takes it up to about $1 million in a year per year in revenue not realized. Over the course of the 10 years in this forecast, that would be $10 million in revenues not realized. That would be used to offset that infrastructure gap of $36 million. The $36 million in the infrastructure gap, I would imagine that one of the major contributors to sewage bypasses into the Thames River is as a result of insufficient infrastructure, is it not? And if we're not addressing infrastructure, especially on the sanitary side of things, then it's going to be longer before we get ourselves to zero bypasses. Is that correct?
To staff?
Through your worship, those are very good points, and you're absolutely correct on those points. We've actually taken a look at, if you were to go back to what the original rate was at 3% for the wastewater specifically, it would be approximately $17 million over that period of time. And as far as the current needs, we have built into this plan various projects to try to reduce the amount of overflows. More funding would reduce would accelerate those projects. So it comes down to how quickly you want to eliminate that gap. We have kind of a middle of the road program, but if you want to take a look at trying to accelerate the elimination of the gap, then having a higher rate would do that.
Councillor Turner?
Thank you. I know that we're not going to be setting the rate right now, and that's a discussion for budget later on. But I'm just curious as to why we would make the recommendation of reducing the levy on this when we know that that by reducing the levy, we would see ourselves in continued and prolonged situations where we're contributing to bypasses.
Mr. Mathers, you want to tackle that?
Through your worship, we are looking at reducing the levy from that projected increase. So we're not overall reducing the levy, we're increasing it just by 2.5 instead of the original 3%. What we're finding, and one of the rationales behind that is that we're finding that our consumption is starting to increase faster than we initially thought it was going to. So we are having more income coming in, and that's one of the reasons why we've been able to come up with a rate that is lower than what that original 3%. We're still having the revenues come in, but it's with a smaller increase.
Councillor Turner?
Thank you. Sorry, I was going to finish there, but Mr. Mathers brought up one more point that's worth jumping on a little bit through you, Your Worship. Increased in consumption of water would also lead to an increase in waste of water, would it not? And increase contributions to the sanitary system. Is that correct?
Mr. Mathers?
That is correct, yes.
Do you have a follow-up, sir?
No, just a final comment.
Please.
As I said, recognizing we're not making any decisions today, I really hope when the time comes we look at maintaining the 3%. I recognize the pressures on our budget, but taking a look at the impacts on the environment, I've been uncomfortable with us lowering ourselves down to 3% this quickly, just because of those impacts. Going further prolongs further the amount of bypasses that we have into our water courses, including the Dingman, the Stony, and perhaps not the Stony, certainly the Dingman and the Thames.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, and I want to thank staff for the report too. And reading this report, there's some good things that we're doing, and I want to thank staff for the things that we're working on with energy reduction gains. We've made some successful projects with the heat recovery system, and there's a number of other projects. One of the things, though, I read in the report about there's that downsize. There is that significant financial risk. And we know energy continues to increase, so are the rates that are being proposed here taking into account the instability of our energy increases and where we're going to be going in the future? I'm not sure where that is. I see it is a risk, but if you can expand on that a little bit more.
Ms. Scher?
Thank you, Your Worship. To the extent possible, that always is our approach when it comes to planning facilities budgets or planning major asset budgets like those managed by engineering. So certainly we do try to predict as best we can based on the information we have, but it is not always possible to fully predict the energy markets.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, thank you for that. It's just getting back to the instability that it exists. It's our times, I think, given the pressures coming from all directions. So we're really not sure where we're going into the future. So thank you for that comment.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yes, I have a couple of comments. The first will be through the chair for Councillor Turner. He should take a look at the recommendation. We're actually setting the rates effective January 2020. So the bylaws are attached, and we would actually be changing the rates today. So if he's looking to make a change, not that I am, but this would probably be the time to suggest that. On the, I like where Councillor Turner left off, though, because that's where I was going to start with, and that's I certainly recognize that you're projecting increased consumption, so you're going to have more revenue, and ideally that is taking up already existing capacity in the systems, given that consumption was decreasing over time. So I get why you would be in a position to be able to, lower the rates a little bit and have some level of comfort. But how confident are we in the reversal of the trend? Because I think there's obviously some risk to that not coming to fruition, that we put ourselves in a bit of a hole, and I'm comfortable with the way that you've articulated the report. I'd be interested when the budget comes out to see kind of the details on, how this all flows out through the process. But like the projections, is this a trend that we're seeing in general, where cities of our size are expecting larger? Is this a special thing for London because of our population projections? Are people just consuming more and we're expecting that? I'm just wondering what's underlying your support for the projection of an increased consumption, aside from, maybe population growth, or maybe that's it.
Mr. Mathers?
Through your worship, as far as the how we differ or how we're similar to other municipalities, we are finding that many of the municipalities, the consumption per capita is starting to level off. Of course, with the larger users of water, the large consumers in industries, they have that incentive to try to be more water efficient because it'll reduce their costs. What we are finding in London is that we're having substantial increases related to some of the newer water users that will be coming to the city. I do note that in the report about Maple Leaf. That will be one of the largest water consumers in the city when it comes forward. That together with our improved modeling that we've been doing. So we've been using historical data to be able to develop some machine learning algorithms to actually develop a more predictive model, and that uses more of our past data to be able to bring something forward in the future for us to be able to give us a better handle on where we're going. And we're also comparing that to our traditional models to try to make sure that we're on par. So I think we are, from my perspective, we're using some of the leading kind of tools to be able to project the consumption, and we are comfortable with those projections.
And Ms. Scher, did you want to add anything to that? I almost cut you
No,
off.
Your Worship, we're good.
All right, good. Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, so my comments are on this, as I think this is a reasonable way to go. I think for many years, it was frustrating for Londoners who were conserving more and then paying more, as we transitioned from, being very dependent upon the variable costs, or the variable revenues of water, and yet having, very fixed costs and not aligning those. But we've restructured the bill over a number of years to have fixed costs built into the bill in a way where it's probably much more appropriate balance. Not 100%, but much more appropriate. And so the increased, volume seems to be, well thought out, and the consumption will go up and revenues will go up. So it seems like a good way to go. And I understand that we also have the capacity to correct this down the road with future, budgets. And if the consumption increase doesn't come to fruition, it's going to do so over a period of time, and we can make those adjustments. So I'm comfortable supporting the water rates as is. It's nice to see a reduction in something, and this is one where it seems like it can be justified based on the information that our staff have provided, both in the report and verbally today. So thank you.
So, Councilor Morgan, just to be clear, when you said as is, you mean as recommended?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Well, I was glad to hear Councillor Turner's question, sort of what the implications are of the infrastructure gap, and unfortunately, the answers kind of made me a little bit more confused than I was at the start. So, I'm not interested in doing things that are going to make the infrastructure gap worse, and I'm conscious that we have some federal funding which is time limited, where we're going to deliver a whole bunch of projects that are going to help with the infrastructure gap on a lot of these fronts. And so, does this recommendation you're making slow us down at all? I know that if we were to collect more money, of course, we could conceivably do more projects, but based on the current capital plan and what we're planning to do through clean water and wastewater, all those projects, none of those are affected if we go with 2.5 instead of 3.
Ms. Scher, is it your turn?
It sure can be, and Mr. Mathers can correct me or add as required. This rate provides the plan we've always discussed. So there will be no changes to the long-term investment plan that council has seen previously and that's been presented in previous budgets. We have, in this case, right-sized the rate to fit the plan that we were already planning to deliver. If there were to be additional funding, that additional 0.5% on the wastewater rate, for example, we would accelerate the plan and do new things.
Deputy Mayor?
So I think for what's in front of us right now, I'm comfortable with 2.5. I do think we need to keep a close eye on it, and if we need to go back up to 2.75 or 3 because we're finding either that the consumption rates are not what we're forecasting, or we want to move faster on some of these capital projects, I think we have to be open to that. So I'm willing to support the 2.5 now. I think we've recognized that the consumption patterns are different, and we can get the revenue that we need from more usage, and I support that. But I do think it's something we have to keep a very careful eye on, and I thank Councillor Turner for doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled with the results here. I've been advocating for a slight reduction for quite a few years, so to see that we finally got to that place is great. I wanted to ask a question through you to Mr. Mathers. The reduction in bypasses isn't necessarily a linear thing. I think we've done recently some projects that have made a big difference about that, and then also there will be some ones that are very slow because they're just involved residential sewers. So just confirm that we actually have made some big leaps in terms of the reduction in bypasses that will have our residents feel happy.
Mr. Mathers, to make us feel happy, apparently. There you go.
Through the chair, absolutely, we are making progress, and as well, we have built into this budget specifically that you'll be able to see in December, some strategies to try to go that much further to be able to both store some of those flows that we're not getting the overflows occurring during some of these extreme events, but also that if we do have overflows, to have that water treated to a higher level before it is discharged.
Councillor Van Holst.
And that's great, thanks. And just one question about consumption too. We talked about some large commercial ventures coming in. For those, I believe not always is the water that's intake and sent to they sell the water essentially, right? So it's not going down the sanitary. Is that the case?
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, just to make sure that I understood that, are you speaking of if the water isn't actually discharged back into the wastewater streams, or?
Yes, I think in terms of some companies, they're buying the water for us for their product, and so even though the consumption is going up, which means more revenue for us, we don't actually have the impact on the wastewater.
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, yes, that's absolutely correct. For those users that are actually using the water as part of their process or in their product, then that won't have a wastewater impact. And in fact, we actually have an ability to reduce the cost for some of those consumers if they don't outlet the water to the wastewater system.
Are you good, Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think most of us recall that we've had several years of huge increases in water and sewer rates that residents in London have had to endure year after year, budget after budget. So now that we see this lower increase, and yes, it is an increase, this is not a reduction, still an increase, a little bit more than inflation, it presents a nice break to the weary taxpayer who here in London, the ability to pay is just not in the community. Our average household income is below the provincial average. So if we can keep these types of rates down while still ensuring proper investments into the infrastructure itself, then that's a great thing. So I would like to thank staff for bringing this forward. We had a very good discussion at the Lake Huron Water Board about much of this. And the good news there is the water that's actually being sold to London through the water boards is actually only at 1%. So that's good news on that side. And this is decent news at the City of London's side for the taxpayers of London. So once again, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through you to staff. Looking for clarification with a couple questions here. Can you confirm that by the end of 2019, the city's around 11 kilometers worth of sewers still left to be taken and separated?
Mr. Mathers?
Through your worship, I believe that's the value. If you took that from the most recent Civic Works Committee report, that would be accurate. But I could pull it, but I believe that is correct.
Ms. Pelosi?
Thank you. Just going from memory. Also, what's the target completion date for having all our sewer systems separated?
Mr. Mathers?
So as part of the Lake Erie Action Plan, we have a target that's based on approximately 2025. However, that is subject to getting a fairly high level of funding from the provincial and federal government. So we're still waiting to hear more from the province and the federal government as far as releasing some of the green infrastructure funding. And our hope is to be able to use that funding towards those type of projects. That is our goal, but it will depend on those external sources of funding.
Councillor?
Thank you. And how confident are we in those external sources of funding?
Mr. Mathers? How confident are we?
How confident are we? So what we've seen from the most recent releases is that we think that the amount of funding might be lower than originally indicated to us when this program started in 2016. So we are really trying to speak very closely with the province and the Ministry of Environment and Climate and Provincial Parks and Conservation, whatever it's called now. We are really trying to work hard with them so that they know that this is a priority, because London is a very large municipality within the basin that feeds to Lake Erie, the largest that has an impact on the Thames River. So we do believe that this should be a priority, and that a portion of the funding that's to the province should hopefully be able to be used in our watershed to
Thank you for that. And continuing on, recognizing that I also serve on the water board and personal use has stabilized, but as the city attracts more manufacturing jobs that can be more water intensive, such as Maple Leaf Foods as a reference in the report. Wondering how our capacity, if we're looking at through the water board, 20-year capacity of what's left, when it comes time for replacement of our water treatment plants, how does any of that work with our municipal budgets?
Mr. Mathers, why don't you carry on?
Through the chair, as far as any of the costs related to the joint water boards, those are passed on to us in the cost of water. So approximately a third of our rate and a third of our cost is related to the purchase of that drinking water. So we would see that as an increase to our costs, and then that would have to be indicated in our future rate increases.
Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we look at the chart on page 150, we see for the first 15 years of the new millennium, I guess it's not new anymore, a pretty steep and steady decline in consumption. And then And then it just starts to spike up a little bit and then we see an increase. So I know, different things that the city did drove that decrease, as well as awareness of the need to be more, frugal with our water use. So what's driving the increase? Is that just growth in the city? Is it increased manufacturing, or is it population growth as well? And if so, is it your opinion that from now on, we're gonna start to see increases pretty regularly?
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, absolutely. So a lot of these savings were, or the water use reductions were driven by building code changes and the new fixtures. So when people went to replace their toilet, they replaced it with a more water efficient appliance. So what we're looking at going forward is that this growth would be driven by residential growth, commercial, industrial growth as well. And that would be the big driver for water consumption in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy? Okay, great. The last person on my speaking list, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good discussion. I think it's really important to, and I don't think I can overemphasize how important this budget is on our environment. We declared a climate crisis. We're going to hear a little bit more about that later in the meeting. The rates, the increased rates are the lowest they've been in years. So the last budget and the last multi-year budget from 2015 to now have seen our rates at 3%. But prior to that, 2012 through 2015, they were at 7%. 2008 through 2010, they were at 9% each year. In 2007, they were at 13%. Staff have worked really hard to bring this down. But there are consequences to that. The fact is we continue to see sewage bypasses into our water courses. And I know that if I do make a motion, and thank you, Councillor Morgan, for pointing it out, I did misread that part, and I really appreciate that. That if we do this reduction and we have the opportunity to actually have an impact on the other side of the environmental ledger, then I would not be happy with myself for not taking the opportunity to try and raise it. I recognize in the discussion that there's probably not an appetite for 3%, but I'm going to move it. I'm going to move an amendment to the recommendation that it be 3%, as originally forecasted and planned. I'm disappointed to see a recommendation at 2.5% in the lens of everything that we've been discussing in the media recently and over the past 6 months since we declared a climate emergency, that where the opportunity exists to accelerate our ability to have better infrastructure that doesn't pollute, then we should be able to take that opportunity. Just recently, the city of Hamilton had a 24 billion liter spill of raw sewage into one of the most sensitive, environmentally sensitive lands in their region. And that's in part because of infrastructure. So I'd like to make the motion that it be 3% if there's a second for this term. If there's an opportunity, as Mr. Mathers had identified, that federal funding and provincial funding does come in as hoped, then we can reevaluate that in the budget update in 2020. But at this point, I'm not comfortable with the uncertainty of the federal and provincial funding for us to just leave it to chance.
So we have a question for you, Councillor Turner. Are you looking at that for both bylaws or just one? You've got Appendix A and B. Just so we're clear what you're asking us to consider before we look for a seconder.
Specifically, my intent is with respect to the sanitary.
Will you humor me just while you're looking at that? I know that Mr. Mathers thought he could make a contribution to this, or Ms. Scher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to ask the same question for clarification, but with the gap on the water infrastructure being reduced to zero in the current 10-year plan, our advice from staff would be that 3% would be more appropriate for the wastewater, stormwater rate.
And through Your Worship, I would agree with that. That's, my intent is for A.
For A to be at 3% and B to remain at 2.5 as recommended. Is that where you, now do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Pelosa? All right, so colleagues, we've had a fair amount of discussion on this issue, but when it's amendment, as you know, we all have the right to do this again. If we have something new we want to contribute to the discussion. So if you do, we will do that. Otherwise, we've got a recommendation for A at 3% and B to remain as recommended by staff. Does anyone wish to speak to this? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much. I just want a little clarification from staff about the bypasses and what they are. I know they sound frightening, 4 billion liters. My understanding is that when 1 liter of sanitary sewage gets into 1,000 liters of stormwater, then we've got what's considered 1,001 liters of sewage going in there. It's actually it's likely quite diluted in our area in London, and it's not like it's being dumped as raw sewage out of our treatment plant into the river.
That deserves a comment. Mr. Mathers, do you want to respond, please?
Through Your Worship, I'll just maybe provide some background on what is a bypass, because we've mentioned it a couple times. So bypasses occur at our treatment plants. Usually they're related to, in most cases in the City of London, are related to extreme rainwater events. So it might be a snow melt in January, or it might be a large thunderstorm in the summer months. What happens is that water gets itself into our sanitary sewer system, and then has a huge deluge at the plant, which the plant can't keep up, so it needs to bypass. So as mentioned by the councillor, the concentration of wastewater is much lower than it usually would be. There is still, of course, some issues with any kind of water that has sewage in it, so I don't want to downplay that, but it is quite diluted during those events.
Councillor, any further question?
No.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm feeling pretty uncomfortable here. And I think as we start to have these conversations about how we deal with the challenges of managing, especially stormwater and stormwater treatment centers, it is going to be a challenge for us as a city, and we have to have these uncomfortable situations. You know, when I first read the report, it was like 2.5. Oh, I'm sure this is going to be a good news day. But when you really look at it and the instability and the uncertainty that exists, I am supportive of the 3% on the stormwater. I think we cannot be vulnerable as a city. We should be able to do what needs to be done. This is reviewed on an annual basis, so I'm looking forward to this conversation again next year, reviewing it. I know it's uncomfortable. I'd like to keep it lower, but the uncertainty is out there, and I want, as a steward, I want to have that responsibility that we're looking at everything and making sure that we're dealing with these challenges. We know energy prices are uncertain as well. It's just this instability that exists today. So I am supportive of the 3% for the wastewater.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I have a question to staff, but first a comment on this issue. water is absolutely critically important. However, if we ask people, you know, if we're going to, and we're going to be talking about the climate change update later, if we're going to apply that, we also have to look at people's capacity to deal with things, because if you want people to, you know, for example, put in that energy efficient LED light bulb at home so that they're using like less electricity, the fastest way to make sure that they don't do that is to make sure that they don't have enough money for groceries so that they can't afford that light bulb. So we do have to balance cost and benefit. So through you to staff, logistically, if we set it at 3%, what is our capacity? We know with downtown recently, for example, we've had a number of street closures for water separations. We've got all kinds of things that we've got water main breaks that happen, unfortunately, due to our climate, that have to be responded to, and we get road closures and detours and all those kind of things. So even if we build in this extra fiscal capacity, what is our logistic capacity to ramp up closing that infrastructure gap? And I know that I'm asking a big question that's going to be a very like big picture, very ballparkish issue, but perhaps if Ms. Scher or another member of staff could address our logistic ability to ramp up even if we have extra fiscal capacity.
So, excuse me. Ms. Scher, do you wish to refer this to Mr. Mathers? How thoughtful, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Through the chair. So we have done some work on this. So basically, by the end of the 4-year period, we'll have ramped up to approximately additional $2 million per year. And $2 million is a lot of money. However, it's only about half of one of our infrastructure renewal projects, for example, one of the street projects that we do in the so it's not a huge undertaking to be able to take on this additional funding. We think we could do that within the current staff allotment that we have and our normal workload.
Councillor?
Okay, so, and again, I realize you may not have the answer for this because it's a very large question. And I appreciate that the staff can take on the project development. But just in terms of the logistics of what it means for you know, RFPs, contracts, ripping up roads, shutting down transit lines and those things so that we can do the work under the ground, based on what we already have on the calendar to do. Is there room to fit more projects on the calendar right now without significant disruptions?
Ms. Scher?
Thank you, Your Worship. So it will depend on the nature of the projects that end up being proposed for that $2 million. There are some in-plant projects that are largely invisible to the public and that we handle sort of back of house. This could also result in some acceleration of the in-ground sewer separation. There is absolutely industry capacity to take on one more additional $2 million construction project. But yes, any work we do on the streets would result in potentially one additional detour. The alternative may be to roll this in with some other projects that are needing to happen anyway. As Mr. Mathers said, we are looking probably about one more project a year.
Councillor Lewis, you're good? Thank you very much. I have no one else on the speakers list. Colleagues, we're going to split A and B because B was the recommendation. It doesn't appear that there's any change there, but I think by virtue of the change to A from 2.5% to the amended motion looking to 3% effective January 1st, 2020. We'll deal with that first. I'll turn your attention, Councillor Pelosi, I'm sorry. We're not quite there yet, so by all means, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, for acknowledging me. Just one point for clarification to staff. Could you tell us which neighboring communities have water intake from the Thames River that are downstream from us?
Ms. Scher.
A group that we're always very cognizant of when we're looking at the impacts of our wastewater system is the First Nations communities that are downstream. So the well systems that and the collection water treatment systems that they have are directly adjacent to the Thames River. So that is something that we're always very conscious of, and it's probably the most likely to have any kind of impact from the City of London wastewater system.
Councillor?
And just to clarify, so when we have discharge, that it's their water treatment facilities that are impacted. And I believe they actually had an issue recently that involved their water system. I remember seeing a group of people in front of City Hall, actually. Could you just clarify that's what's happening?
Mr. Mathers?
Through the chair, my understanding is that their system actually draws the water from the groundwater. Now, they're right beside the Thames River, so there's likely an impact. I don't have all the details of that, but I do understand that they've had several different challenges with their system, maintaining it appropriately and having boil water advisories and those types of things as well. So that's my understanding of what's happening in those communities.
Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Turner?
Just in wrap up, for context, I believe change from 2.5% to 3% on the wastewater and sanitary water surcharges, on levy rates, equates to about $2.50 per household. If I could, through you, to worship, just to confirm that.
Thank you. And because we're at committee, Councillor Van Holst, you snuck your hand up there just as we were going to wrap that up. So what have you got to say,
Sorry,
please?
Sorry, Your Worship.
I'm sorry?
That was a question for staff, just to confirm the
I
$2.50
apologize.
per household. We said about $5 total for water, stormwater, sanitary, and this represents about half of that.
Ms. Sure.
Your Worship, I always feel better not being able to do the math on the fly when the CFO has already had the same issue. I am looking up to our financial support. That does seem to be about the right ballpark. It is a small amount, and so far our financial analysts are working on it and have not thrown anything. I've not bought enough time, but perhaps we could come back to that answer.
I thought I saw staff say you're on your own, but I'm not sure. Councillor Turner?
That may have well been what she's saying, but.
No, fair enough. For context, that's about half an LED light bulb.
Duly noted. Thank you very much. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mathers seemed to express some familiarity with our neighbors. My question is, although we could do one more project for $2 million, what would they do with $2 million if they had it?
Interesting question. I'm not sure, but Mr. Mathers, can you add something to that?
Through the chair, I'm not completely familiar with their capital plan. Of course, when you're working with First Nations, it's very complex as far as their funding model and the funding with the federal government. So I'm not 100% sure of how they would.
And respectfully, another jurisdiction, I'm very mindful about how we might direct them as to how they would allocate their funding and supports. Councillor Van Holst, do you have anything else you'd like to add, please?
No, it is nothing other than I'm happy with the 2.5 as it is. You know, there was some concerns or fear expressed, but you know, when in doubt, I don't think we need to tax everybody more. I think I'm happy with what we're doing. Our plan is moving forward as it always was. So I don't think accelerating this is the thing we need to do.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I had no one else on my list. So with that, you'll note that we will start with A. The amendment is to move that to 3% versus 2.5. That is the suggested amendment. Duly seconded. I will turn your attention to the screen as you vote.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 6-7.
Colleagues, we now have B, which is as recommended by staff and moved and seconded as an amendment, but it ultimately is the same as the recommendation from staff at 2.5%. I'll turn your attention to the screen as we vote. I'm treating that as moved by Councillor Turner and seconded by Councillor Pelosi on B, which is when A and B were, and all I've done is split the vote. Councillor Merbergen, you have a question of clarification?
Yes, actually. Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if which I think it is, the same as the recommendation, then why is an amendment? Why are we voting on it as an amendment?
We are voting it as a split, and then we will do it as a full, it's a fair question, but we will do it then as a full motion as originally recommended by staff. Yep. Humor me. All right. B it is. I'll turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 13-0.
Colleagues, I'll now look at the original recommendation as been put forward and look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. So this is now Part A.
Okay, so it is being separated, I just wanted to.
It was separated before, and
And
A
are we
lost.
separating it
Yeah,
again?
A lost as an amendment. A lost as an amendment, as amended.
Okay.
So now we're back to the original A as recommended by
Okay.
staff.
So since I did not support A, could you split that out then?
A was
Oh,
lost.
so, okay, we're going back to.
We're going back to the original recommendation of staff.
Altogether, thank
Yep.
you.
I'll turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 10-3.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to mention that this report is going to go forward to tomorrow's council meeting, just to bring that to your attention and advise you accordingly. Now look under items for direction 4.1, the climate change emergency update. We have an added report from Councillor Van Holst and Mr. Bill Brock. I'll look for a motion to receive those. Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Salee. I'll turn your attention to the screen as we vote to receive those. Colleagues, just bear with me a moment. So colleagues, all we're doing right now is to receive the addits, and then we'll have a discussion with respect to the update report. Councillor Salee.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify. A says request for delegation status, so we're not.
Yes, Mr. Brock's not here tonight.
But don't we have to still deal with it, or?
We're receiving it. That's what we're doing here.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 13-0.
So colleagues, I know staff's ready to provide the report, if it's your pleasure to hear it. Councillor Salee, you have a question?
I was just going to move it, that's all.
So moved, seconded by. No, we're not. Actually, this is just to hear the report. And then we will go to the very specifics of the report, and we'll look for a mover and seconder. Speak up, please, Councillor Salee.
Sorry, I was just trying to, at committee, we were just gonna move the whole recommendation from staff.
All right.
That's all I was doing, which is.
So noted, seconded by Councillor Pelosi. Comments or questions? I'm sorry? Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'd like to speak to this, this item. Your worship, probably the most surprising and interesting thing in my mind that happened in the most recent election is that Elections Canada ruled that talking about the climate emergency narrative was equivalent to third-party advertising, because that's actually not, it's considered a political perspective, not necessarily the truth. And of course, that's been ruled in the UK as well in a court case. But my concern is that it's okay for us to have said we consider this important, but now that we're putting a lot of staff's energy and time and putting money into this, and there's some precedents being set here that I think maybe we may be a little presumptuous. We haven't actually looked at the science of this issue as a council. We haven't had a debate. It's interesting that part of the climate emergency narrative is that the debate is over. That's actually just part of the narrative. Part of the narrative is that there's an emergency. Part of the narrative is that there's a huge consensus. These things aren't necessarily true. There's a difference between the narrative and the truth or fiction of those things. And I think when we're going to launch on such a big initiative, we should actually verify the truth of those things. And so I wanted to refer this issue back to staff to do that. Look into some of the issues that need to be viewed with a little more depth. I note that some of the supporting materials in the appendices are a little misleading. So, for instance, the CO2 chart on page 179 of our report shows a very large leap in the CO2 levels. Of course, part of the narrative is that these leaps are unprecedented and extraordinary. And unprecedented means, of course, they've never happened before. However, if you go back in the geohistory a little further beyond this, you'll see that those levels come up again, and then also levels of CO2 that are many times higher than this. So a broader look at this, you'd see that this is not unprecedented and it's not extraordinary either. So we're seeing some false impressions from the data. Looking at another graph in here, another one I would consider ambiguous at best and somewhat misleading. If you look on page 185, you'll see the number of natural disasters in Canada requiring DFAA compensation. So interesting graph. The slope of that is 0.2. So really from 1970 to present, that's 50 years. And when you look at it, the impression you get is that the number of disasters has gone up 10 times in that space. But of course, there's many of us in London who are around during the 70s, but don't look it. And I don't think anybody has the impression that for every one disaster we had back in the 70s, we're now having 10 disasters here. So you need to look a little further into this report and you see that what is the DFA? It's really, there's a level of compensation that if it's underneath, if the damage is underneath that, they don't get any money. If the damage is over that, then they do get money. So what we're seeing is the effect of an increase in property values. And over this time, if property values had increased 10 times, and this number, as it has right here, has also increased 10 times, then you could assume that the number of disasters is about the same. But I know my parents bought a house in 1971 for $24,000. It's worth about $500,000 now. So our property values may have gone up 20 times, so much higher than this graph, which would lead you to conclude that, in fact, the number of disasters we're seeing is lower. So it'd be worthwhile to get some information specifically for London and our area that's actually just data on, are we actually seeing more of this? I was asking the school board if they saw an increase in snow days, but they don't have data that goes back very far. The most shocking graph to me.
You're now at 5 minutes. Do you just need another moment to wrap up that point?
Yes, if you don't mind, I'll do this and then make a comment about this graph and then my referral.
Briefly, if you would, thanks.
Sure. So I think this graph's a little shocking because it's from a group called Extinction Rebellion, and they're a group that breaks the law and suggests people break the law in order to shock and shame people into accepting their demands, which are both political and environmental. And so I don't know if these are appropriate things to be basing our decisions on. So it's a fanatical group. We're not looking at the balanced other side of many arguments that I've hinted to in my letter, and I think we need to look at other data as well. So what I'm going to suggest and make the motion is that we just refer this back to staff to take another look at the science and specifically the things that would affect London.
There's a motion to refer the report back to staff for their consideration. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Van Meerbergen. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Salia.
I just wanted to speak on the referral when it's appropriate.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not prepared to support the referral. I don't think there needs to be a referral. I think staff did a great job, and that's why I was happy to move the motion and the recommendations as such. Respectfully, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd ask my colleague, who has been consistent on this matter, I believe. I'm not sure what the intent of the referral and what that would mean and what would come back. And then would the counselor at that point then support whatever came back? Or because I'm just not convinced that whatever staff would come back with would be any different than what's before us here today. So I would really encourage my colleague, maybe if, I'm not sure if he's willing to respond to that, to give me some clarity. But I just feel like we're just wasting time when we don't have that time.
Councillor Slee, are you directing that to Councillor Van Holst? Then please, would you, if you have a thought on that, Councillor Van Holst?
Okay, thank you. Well, the kinds of things that I would like our staff to look into are the points that I've made there. There is another narrative, and it's worth looking at, and also looking at the data that they have that supports it, as well as we've seen here graphs that ambiguously support the climate emergency narrative, and we should be looking to see if those things really hold when investigated a little further, because I think there's a lot of information that we don't hear about. The climate emergency narrative is, there's a lot of money being spent on this, and it's getting a lot of attention, but there are other voices that can be heard if we look into them. And it's important because this is a scientific matter. These things aren't necessarily true that we're hearing, and we should be certain that they're true before we move ahead with some big motions. And I'm a scientist. If you can prove that those things are true, if I can see the evidence, I'm happy to admit it. But I honestly think that what we're seeing is not altogether the accurate picture of what's happening.
Thank you. Councillor Slee, you want to come back on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. that was helpful for the clarity. I don't agree. I do believe that if this referral is to pass, I believe it's contrary to what council has already decided by declaring a climate emergency. Because from what I heard from my colleague, he was asking staff to dispute the narrative or come back and comment on the narrative. So I believe that is contrary, but I'll leave that to you and the clerk.
My sense, in a quick reference to the clerk who knows all such things, is that it is not contrary, simply because what we're asking is that this go back to staff for some additional consideration, but it isn't necessarily contrary to the council director from earlier. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to be brief here. You know, in the last item that we were discussing around the water, I actually supported the increase to 3% because I believe there was an opportunity to move the ball forward based on what I heard from staff. When I look at this, and I pointed to the LED light, and we can't make people go hungry either, that there needs to be a balance. And I think that we do need to consider, when we're moving forward with the climate change issue, what we can reasonably expect our citizens to do as well. But we can't stand still. And I don't want to refer this back to staff. I think staff have put a great deal of work into this already. And when we even had the debate about whether this was going to come to Civic Works or SPPC, this is the first of many reports that we're going to get back from staff on this. And our staff have in the year that I've been here, shown every willingness and in fact, eagerness to take new information in as it comes and consider that in the reports they bring forward to us. I don't think referring this back is going to do anything. I think it's time we start applying a climate lens to the decisions we make. We may, as a group, have some disagreements on exactly what steps those should be along the way, but the biggest mistake we could be making right now is to do nothing. So I'm going to encourage colleagues to defeat this referral, and let's get on with the discussion of what steps we can start taking to move the puck up the ice, as it were.
So the referral is on the table. I have no one else on the speakers list, so this is the amendment to refer back. I will turn your attention to the Deputy Mayor. You got in under the wire. Sorry, I apologize. And this is not on you, but do me a favor and always make sure that because I do look hard, and just make sure that I don't want to lose you. And I know sometimes some last minute thoughts come through, but I just do not want to lose any opportunity to hear from you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to say 2 points on the referral. I hope that it's soundly defeated. We're very fortunate to have here in London one of the top climate scientists in the world, Gordon McBain at Western University. And I just want to say, I've talked to him for many years now about what is going on with climate. And, you know, he was on the IPCC, right, that received the Nobel Prize for their work. And this is a long time ago on what needed to happen around climate. I want to dispute the idea and the framing that climate change is a narrative. You know, my first degree was in English. I've studied narrative. I'm pretty familiar with narrative. And that is not what is going on. Right? So yes, you know, people will make all different kinds of rhetorical points when they're trying to convince policymakers about different things. But the fundamentals of what are going on is not a narrative. And I think you have to look at the evidence in front of you, and either you believe in what is being proposed by the scientists, or you believe what Councillor Van Holst believes, which is that these people are wrong, and that there's something else going on, and that we shouldn't take action. So we can't wait around for perfect certainty on all these things. Right? We don't live in a world where you have perfect certainty on everything. We have to look at the evidence that's in front of us, make the best decisions we can, implement policy, and then move on, because we got a lot of problems in front of us as decision makers. And the idea that we can just refer and wait for perfect certainty, right? That's a chimera. You're never going to get there. So, I mean, we have to go ahead with the things that we can do. This is a real problem, in my opinion. I'm convinced by the evidence that I've seen that these are the kind of things we need to be acting on. These are the kind of changes we need to be making in our society. So I think the sooner we get on with it, the better. I would hope you would defeat the referral and we can get to the substance of the report.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Hopkins.
And I would encourage all my colleagues to defeat this referral back. I think it's really important. We've just finished a federal election, and I wasn't going to say anything, but the councillor mentioned the previous federal election that we have just had. And we know that we've, regardless of what party you're affiliated with, that our climate is changing. The question now is, how do we move forward? And this is what I think we should do as a council. Understand the public interest. From what I understand, it was the number 2 issue next to housing in the election. It's a matter of public interest. And I, for one, know that it is the fact that we disagree with the statistics, those things don't matter. But the bottom line for me is that what we do moving forward, the facts are that we have to keep our city safe and resilient. And I really thank that staff for this report coming forward. I think declaring an emergency climate is just one part. The next part now is how we move forward. And those are the discussions that we need to have as a council. And I definitely would encourage my colleagues not to support this referral back.
Any other comments or questions, Your Worship?
Thanks very much. I also will recommend we not support the referral back to staff. We may have an admitted scientist on council. I'll try to trump that as former Federal Minister of Science and Technology. Not sure that I necessarily can, but I will say this much, that I think this report from staff has used very appropriate resources. I think it's well thought out. I think it's well considered. And I think we as a council in future will be remembered not by our words, but by what we do. And if there's a time to pay such significant attention to the issues of our environment, it is now. So I will not be supporting the referral, and I will be recommending to colleagues to accept the recommendations of staff.
Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Van Holst for bringing this forward. It's quite clear, it's a simple fact that there is not unanimity in the scientific community about this. Human cause, is it not human cause, is it human cause? I mean, so we know there are several leading scientists who are not on the same page. You've brought this forward, thank you for that. I think we need to consider all the voices, because we're not climate change scientists. Even the former Minister of Science, to my knowledge, is not a scientist, but a damn good minister, just to let you know. So I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with this, going back to look for the other voices to bring back in a more fulsome discussion. So thanks again to the councillor.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the speaking list. Do you want to do a wrap on this, Councillor Van Holst?
Sure, thank you. Just a very brief wrap for the referral. And I'll comment on something that the Deputy Mayor said. He said he's convinced with the evidence he's seen. But in science, it's important that you need to be remained convinced with after viewing the evidence you haven't seen. It's not cherry picking information. And one needs to look clearly at all the evidence, and then you'll find out just how convincing it really remains. So those are my comments. Thank you. I know this slowed things down a little bit. Your Worship, this is I may ask to comment on a couple of the individual pieces as we pass them, but this is. I appreciate the discussion so far from my colleagues.
Thank you, and thank you all for your consideration of this issue. This is for the referral. Has been moved and seconded. I will turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's lost, 2 to 11.
Thanks very much, which moves us to the moved and seconded recommendation of staff. I'll then open that up for discussion, as we have not had that with respect to the main referral. Councillor Van Homer, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. That's fine. I just had, I have one specific question about the first part of the recommendation, so part A. There's two things there that I want to ask about. One is the year 2050 is the target. I wonder if our staff could just speak to that in terms of achieving net zero emissions. And then also the timing for developing an interim screening climate emergency evaluation tool. So it's something we're going to move on, but how soon is that going to be developed, and when would we expect that to be sort of active?
To staff.
Thank you, through your honor. So the 2050 target, I believe was your first question, net zero by 2050. This is the recommended target through the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. That is the target that has been identified as the best case chance we have to limit warming to 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. And that's one that has been committed to by a number of other municipalities here in Ontario, including Peterborough, Sudbury, and Guelph. And I'm sorry, could you repeat the second question, please?
Deputy Mayor.
When will the climate emergency evaluation tool be developed to the point where you can use it?
Mr. Fabro.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We are in the process of developing that right now, and we will likely have it within, I would say, a week or two, to a point where we can start rolling it out and testing it on some of the different service area projects. And
Deputy Mayor. You're good. Thank you. Comments, questions? Deputy, you're not a deputy, but Councillor Turner.
I used to be a deputy something, but it's been a little while. Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to thank staff for bringing this forward. It's obvious how much work has gone into this, and this is the easy part. The hard part comes next. There's going to be a lot of steps along the way that we have to weave into this. I guess recognizing that this is going to be fairly organic over the next little while, what does that look like to you, I guess, through you, Your Worship, to staff, bringing in the ideas and the pieces that all plug into this as we go along? Where did those ideas come from? They come from council, they come from the community, they come from staff, they come from inside, they come from other jurisdictions? And how do we weave that together into one product, or is it something that we see is constantly evolving over the next 30 years?
So, Mr. Fleming, are you going to take that? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say, first of all, this needs to be an effort that is across our entire organization. So this isn't something that one service area is going to be working on. You can see that this report has been brought to you by the city engineer and myself, but in fact, it's going to be all of the members of senior leadership team that will be leading this forward from a staff point of view. We will be engaging the community in a very comprehensive engagement process in the coming months. And this is going to be an opportunity to collect information. So it won't just be the public, but they will be a central figure. We'll also be engaging the various institutions in our community, the utilities, other organizations that all play a significant role in the greenhouse gases that we currently emit and the opportunities for reducing them. The idea is by the end of next year to prepare and have completed that Climate Emergency Action Plan, which will essentially be the roadmap for how we achieve that target that has been set if council moves forward with recommendation AI. And I'll just point out that during that process, if you look at recommendation DI, you'll see that through the process of navigating and determining that path for getting to that target, we're also going to be exploring the opportunity to get there earlier than 2050 if it is possible. But we want to make sure that any target that is set is practical and achievable.
Councilor.
Thank you. Along the way, we're going to need to measure. I think a lot of this is incumbent on us measuring. We've got the 2050 goal of net zero. But along the way, the Community Energy Action Plan identifies us having a couple targets that we're benchmarking against. One of them is the provincial target applied to London, and the other is the federal target applied to London. Those are somewhat political constructs and are somewhat exposed to the changes of the government of the day. Any consideration of adopting something like the International Sciences Community's recommendations for those reductions rather than, which might better the recommendations that might come from the federal and provincial governments.
Mr. Stanford, do you want to take that?
Through your worship, very good point. We will be looking at not only provincial and federal targets, targets that make sense for London. What we have right now in front of you are targets that were approved by council, the previous council, when we produced the Energy Action Plan, Energy Reduction Action Plan. It'll be the same process here with working with the community. What will be really key is making sure that there are parts of the target that are clearly measurable locally, and there'll be parts of the target that are basically tied to the provincial and federal government. That's going to be one of the biggest challenges we have, and as you see in one of our recommendations, it'll be closely working with the provincial government and the federal government to tie down these targets, because things that change every 4 years will haunt us, but that will be addressed in our long-term plan.
Councillor Turner?
Thank you. And taking a look at the provincial target applied to London, it extrapolates out to 2030. But I can't, when I'm looking at the other plan, does that, taking that curve and that target, does that take us to 2050 and to net zero? Or is net zero a more aggressive target than what the provincial target is right now?
Through your worship, we would have to set a more aggressive target locally. Currently, the provincial government and the federal government are really only looking at 80% reduction by 2050. And these things actually change frequently, so it'll be very important for us to nail it down as a community.
Councillor?
Excellent. Thank you. That's good to hear. There's some great things in this that I like to see. Specifically, one of the ones that is in there is that I believe it's in B4, include a standard section in all standing committee reports that addresses climate emergency declaration and where appropriate applies to the screening of the community energy, climate emergency, CEET, to the issues that are addressed in each report. I think that's essential, especially on procurement, on infrastructure and planning matters, and transportation matters. All of those combined, I think we need to see that at every step of the way to say what were the alternatives considered, what was the considered impact to climate of this decision, and what impact our decision making will have on climate as we go forward. So I'm very happy to support this. I wasn't willing to engage in the earlier discussion of the referral. We're not scientists. And there was a point that said that there was no unanimity in the science community. There's pretty close to it. It's not very often you see that much consensus amongst the scientific community. There are always going to be dissenting voices in science in general, but it's pretty clear where the consensus is going. To take this back and hear other voices doesn't make any sense. There are tables far more sophisticated than ours that have spent long time deliberating this and have come up with the recommendations that we're forming our recommendations as a basis of. I think they're appropriate. I think they're measured. They are going to take a lot of work, as I said at the outset, and I hope this council will continue that commitment, not just our council, but councils for the next 20, 30 years.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, briefly, I'm very happy to see in VIII, lobbying our provincial and municipal, our provincial and federal partners for action on this. I know that Councillor Morgan will be heading off to FCM tomorrow, I believe, and starting to have some discussions with folks at the federal level about the new government's first 100 days in office action plan and what they can accomplish. So I think Councillor Morgan can start some of that work tomorrow on our behalf. It's incumbent on us as councillors. It's not just civic administration. We have to talk with our provincial and federal counterparts as well and encourage their activities. I think when we look at things like the transition to electric vehicles. That's going to be something that's going to need federal and provincial leadership on. It's not something that we as a city can do by ourselves. So we need to encourage our partners to do that. Through you to staff, in section A, VII, we talked about having a climate change emergency information section on the city's website. Of course, just earlier today, I shared out the survey from our communications department asking Londoners what they would like to see in the newly redeveloped london.ca. So through you to staff, when we relaunch that new website platform, will that be ready to go when the new website launches?
Mr. Stanford, do you wish to take that?
Through your worship, working closely with our communications area, we're going to be doing it in a step process. Right now with the existing website, we plan on making the information more accessible than it is right now. It's sometimes buried through the trees that you have to go through. But as we design for the future, this will be, in our opinion, front and center in the project.
Okay, thank you for that, because I think it is important that we recognize action's got to be taken at the individual level, at the household level as well. Certainly we saw in the GHG emissions charts that came out, household heating, for example, is a large contributor to our municipal GHGs. We can't expect people to turn off the heat in January though, so helping them make their homes more efficient is something that we have to look at. Any information we can provide to them through our web portals, and again, this comes back to us as a council as well. It's going to be incumbent on us to help get that information out to people in terms of how they can make changes in their households that'll help us reduce our GHGs as well.
Thank you. Councilor Morgan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So first off, I want to add my voice to thanking our staff for a very thorough and detailed report. Certainly a lot of work has gone into this, and I actually appreciate the number and differentiation of all the recommendations as well as the timeframes associated with each. I think it clearly articulates where we're going and what phases in the short, medium, and long term, and of course there's the long term on this as well. A couple of things that are I think important, and I know Councillor Lewis started to get to it, and that's the idea of working with our federal and provincial partners is obviously very key. There are incentive programs that they can design that, quite frankly, we aren't able to even, fund at the municipal level that are really key. There's also the decisions that they can make that magnify the decisions that individuals can make here in the City of London. I for example, I own an electric car. I actually rushed to buy my most recent electric car before the incentives disappeared at the provincial level. But that only matters if there's clean, efficient energy being produced that isn't contributing to the problem in a different way. And so there obviously is a huge interconnected component to this across all levels of government, and certainly needs to be partnered. But at the individual level is equally as important. And I hope that in all of our municipal efforts, we don't forget the role that we can play as a municipality and the level of government closest to the people in assisting them in making really good basic decisions on a daily basis, and helping promote both federal and provincial programs and opportunities at the municipal level, as well as whatever we come up with ourselves to incentivize good decision making. So I think that's a really key component, and I know that it says, we're going to have a website, but I mean, that level and that piece has to really grow as we develop the action plan. And I know there'll be a lot of consultation on it, but we have to turn it around into how do we encourage good decision making. We don't have a great track record in London, even things on separating recyclables, like we're not really great at that on an individual level. So there's a lot of ways that we need to go as individuals living in our city to really make good individual decisions on contributing to this effort, as well as the efforts we're making municipally. So I'm certainly supportive of the report, and I'm looking forward to getting started on the work on this.
Thanks very much. Any other comments? Councillor Pelosa and then Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe Councillor Hopkins also has her hand up as well. And Councillor Lehman.
Sorry, I apologize. I will, I've got you all, I promise.
Thank you. Just want to also thank staff for this, and thank Londoners for supporting us as we move through this, recognizing that we're creating together a community that we want to see for our children, being resilient, vibrant, economically prosperous, and inclusive. A lot of places, over 400 in Canada, have made a declaration of a climate emergency. And at that point, it becomes, is it just virtue signaling, or do you recognize it for what it is, of emergency? This report before us does help us get to those solutions, recognizing that municipalities are responsible for over half of the greenhouse gas emissions that are emitted. And we can really help get to the climate targets that are set. Climate resilience, mitigation, and adaptation, it's not a choice of do we want to, it's a choice of we have to. It's our infrastructure, it's the spread of infectious diseases, it's food security, it's heating and cooling costs, which people have to at least heat their homes. If you have a basement, you can maybe hide in the summer, but in the winter, you have to have some degree of heat. The weather extremes and events that we're seeing, it's not going to get better until we do something. Recently, London has become chosen with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, as a showcase city. They've picked cities to be leaders. At that point, we need to showcase what we're willing to do climate action. Question through your worship to staff in regards to the London being one of these 25 cities chosen in Canada. Do we know what that's going to look like for funding or opportunities for us? And the second question is going to be, we have targets here for 2050. Many places put in along the way of goals in like 2030, if you can maybe hit 40 by then. Looking to see why we haven't identified a midterm goal and just the end result as well. That's just my two questions.
Mr. Stanford, do you want to try that?
Through your worship, the first project that was referred to there, the FCM, we're quite pleased to have been selected. It just occurred literally in the last handful of weeks. We were just notified. A meeting is scheduled for early in January where that dialogue will begin. And essentially what FCM has done is sort of handpicked a number of municipalities across Canada to say, you've gone so far, great, congratulations, but perhaps if you work together, you can actually double and triple the activity. So it's such a wonderful approach, and some of it will be financed by FCM, which is ideal. On your second point, and Mr. Fleming referred to this, 2050 is the target being proposed today. As we move forward in our action plan, we will be looking at other targets and what are the costs and benefits of achieving reductions earlier. There are definitely some local, environmental, job creation opportunities, and all that has to be explored, and that will be explored over the course of the next year.
Councillor? Thank you. I dutifully ignored Councillor Lehman, who was on the list. Can I go with you next, please, sir?
Thank you. Just to follow up on what Councillor Pelosi said, we're presented at times with issues that have a scientific base, and we're not, as other councillors have noted, we're not scientists up here. But there comes a time when, to steal from another political document, certain truths are self-evident. And I think we're at this time with general consensus that there is a serious issue affecting our planet. The question is, how do we address that? We're finding that countries cannot agree, provinces cannot agree within our own country, and now we're having cities taking independent action. So I guess my one question, first of all, can you tell me what the targets are for the federal government and for the provincial government, and why we did not align our plan with those bigger entities that have much more impact on big change?
Mr. Stanford, want to try that?
Yes, through your worship. We originally did. And in fact, we were completely aligned with the provincial government in 2014 when we brought forward our first community energy action plan. And it made complete sense to align with the provincial government. What has happened since then, the current provincial government has aligned itself with the federal targets, and it's actually pushed them further out. Some will say that's good news, and some will say that is not good news. Part of our plan here is to create targets locally that make sense for London, that take into consideration what is going on at the provincial and federal level. The federal level, we believe, actually will be reducing its targets and making them more stringent, is what our sources are hearing. The provincial government, at this point in time, it moved its yardsticks,
and that was when it first took power. These things change on a regular basis, unfortunately, and that is going to be some of our challenge that we have to work with, and that'll be part of our considerations.
Councillor?
And in that light, I guess I just caution that we try not to work across purposes with entities that are bigger than ourselves. And that I understand action and even long-term action. I have little trouble with 30-year goals because technology is changing so rapidly. But I do understand you have to set some sort of target to kind of get to where you want to go. The important thing is that we do things effectively and not just for the sake of doing something. As Councillor Pelosi said, not just the sake for optics, that we are actually, the things that we consider do have a result and do push us towards that end goal. I think that we all share. And include all of London in those discussions, not to pretend that we have all the answers. We recognize that there's 400,000 people here that have opinions of their own, and allow those people to speak to the directions that we might be taking in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really want to thank staff and obviously for the report, but within this report, I see commitment. And that, to me, is really important, and I want to thank you for that. I found myself a couple months or maybe 6 weeks ago, AMO held its policy conference here in London, and they asked me to do a session on climate change, and I found myself thinking, oh, this is going to be easy. We declared an emergency declaration here in the city. I know staff are working on many projects that are dealing with climate change. And I found myself, the more I thought about presenting this session, I found that I was looking at myself and how, as an elected official, will we move forward, because that is the conversation here. How we go forward, I think, has to come from leadership. And it's something that it may be difficult at times to do, but it is important. And again, I just want to thank staff for their commitment. I'm glad to hear that the goals that we have set, the targets, may change. I think that gives us that flexibility and the importance to move forward and look at other opportunities as they do come up. In A7, or one of the things I want to point out, as much as I appreciate the communication to Londoners, the importance of doing that, I think it's really important that we look at ourselves, how we communicate to the public. And this is an opportunity where I know we can do a better job at communicating with the public, in particular with the youth. Fridays, we see them at City Hall. They're there not because they're bored, they're there because they truly believe in the changing climate, but they want to be involved, they want to have a say, and I think it's really important that we look at outside the community and engage, and I was glad to hear that we are going to be doing extensive community engagement, so I really want to see how that's going to look like as we move forward. Funding opportunities, of course, are really important. We're already taking advantage of funding opportunities. We've done that with the West London Dike. We need to do more of those things. Protecting Londoners from flooding is really something that's really important. Working with the Upper Thames Conservation Authority, getting the funding and moving these projects is something that I know we're going to have to do more of. I'm hoping my colleagues will just give me a little bit of space here, because I've been around the block a number of times, and I recall maybe 16, 17 years ago being part of the Urban League, and we got this movie in that we wanted to bring forward to Londoners, and it was called The Inconvenient Truth. And I saw it not too long ago, and I could not believe that that movie was made 16, 17 years ago. We have really not moved forward. This is an opportunity that we're doing something and making that change that I think is necessary, showing leadership, being proactive. And again, I'm going to go around the block again, because I spoke with a friend of mine today, and he reminded me of an old Bob Dylan's 1963 song. I hope we all remember Bob Dylan. And it's the song, The Times Are A-Changing. And there's this paragraph that to me really stands so true, even in 2019, when it, and I won't sing it because I'm not a good singer, but I can feel it.
Come on, sing it. Sing it, sing it.
I'm glad everyone's paying attention. That's my point. Come senators and congressmen, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway. Don't block up the hall. For he that gets hurt will be who has stalled. So thank you for giving me that moment to reflect on where I have come through being around an awfully long time.
I'd only wished you'd sung it, Councillor. I've got two speakers on the list, and I'm cognizant of the time, but I'd like to get through this if we can. Councillor Van Holst, you are on the list as the next speaker, but I'm just mindful, I think we really want to get through this issue. It's that important. Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions about some of the items in here. We'll start out with number one. The citywide target for net zero. Now, I know that our council here can certainly set a target for the corporation, but what does this mean to have a net zero? What does that mean to the residents that we're setting a target for them?
I'll send that to staff, to Mr. Fabro and Mr. Fleming. Go ahead, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start out and through you invite others to jump in. But I think it's important that there is a target. And so through this climate emergency action plan, we are going to be with that target in hand, looking at how we can get there. So understanding a target allows you to develop that roadmap, and that's how we're going to understand more effectively what it means to Londoners, what actions need to be taken. And we'll be back to council to clarify that and understand whether that's on target for this council. And as I said, at the same time, we'll be looking at whether we can get to net zero before that. So we're going to be exploring all of the things that we're doing. This is in simple terms that maybe we shouldn't be doing, or we should be adjusting in the way that we're doing those things. We'll be looking at things that we're not doing and maybe recommending things that we should be doing. And certainly at the same time, we'll be speaking with, as I said, all of those stakeholders throughout our community that can help us get there. So it's not just the residents of London, but some that I didn't mention. The development community, for example, is a big part of this. And those that are looking at everything from the way that we move to the way that we live, the way that we use energy.
That almost sounded like a Dylan song. Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, well, thank you. That doesn't sound like full-blown collectivism where we say, well, because of this emergency, we now have to take control of your life and your use of energy. Good. My next one is the number 4. Okay, actually, let me just to be brief. I want to make a comment on number 8. We're going to be advocating to the upper levels of government. I hope that we'll come up with a plan, something that we want from them, rather than just say, please go do something about climate change, because we had a previous provincial government that did a lot of work on climate change, and they were annihilated because people thought that their investments weren't fiscally responsible. So great if we know what we want them to do. The next one is number 9. It says advance actions that we've identified for climate change through existing budgets. Can you tell me, does that mean that those things are already budgeted, or we have many budgets? Are we going to be taking things from other places in order to fill those strategies?
Mr. Fleming?
Through your worship, as part of council,
Stanford.
as part of council's strategic plan, yes, about 30 items we've counted deal with one manner or another with respect to climate change. What we're suggesting here, where existing budgets are in our base, and yes, they still need to be approved, those are the types of things where we can begin immediately to think how we're going to be investing in those expenditures with a climate change lens. For items that require approval as part of the multi-year budget, we have to go a little bit slower and wait until that approval is finally here before us in the month of March. But the idea being now is that the strategic plan laid out a vision for the city for the next 4 years. And in many cases there, we can begin as our planning for 2020 to think about how we're going to be addressing climate change.
Councillor?
Yes, thank you. So I guess my concern are not the great ideas that Councillor Pelosi came up with, but we could throw a lot of money at mitigation and really achieve nothing on this planet. So I want to make sure that we're not taking money away from the kinds of initiatives that we need to deal with in terms of housing and those other very tangible problems we're facing in the city. The next thing was on B number 5, it says seek out opportunities for new funding to support climate initiatives. And I wonder there, are we saying that we're going to use all our new revenue generation for the climate emergency? Or is this saying that what we're looking for is finding ways to make those initiatives self-supporting? So,
Mr. Stanford?
Through your worship, for the most part, that really highlights the need for us to look for those pots of other people's money out there. We've done that many times over with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We're aware of the federal government opening up some doors with their carbon purchasing program. The municipalities, in our opinion, are owed money. In that case, we have to have our business plans in place, and we've been doing that to make sure when opportunities knock that we're coming forward with the right investment from the city to attract federal investment. There are also other opportunities working with our community partners where they have access to different types of academic programs and funding, where community partners have access to different types of granting programs. We've developed quite a strong partnership in both the community, residential community, and of course with business partners, and of course with our colleagues such as London Hydro and Enbridge.
Thank you, Councillor.
okay, thank you. Now, in number 4, talks about establishing appropriate tools to encourage cool roofs, green roofs, rooftops, systems. Those, I don't know how valuable those are really in terms of the climate, certainly in terms of sequestering carbon, there'd be much better ideas. But I want to know, are we going to be giving grants for these kinds of initiatives?
Mr. Stanford? Mr. Fleming?
Your worship, this is something that we'll be evaluating through that process of the Community Energy Action Plan, where the most effective ways that, or what are the most effective ways for us to move forward. So these are some specific tools that we think will be on the list, but as we move through that plan and engage others and assess the best pathway forward to meet our targets, we'll assess whether these are ones that really are our best bang for our buck.
Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at number 5, where we're looking at the development community, if we're going to be asking them to make are we going to be asking them to make large expenditures for this? My concern there is if it turns out that, and I know that my colleagues don't have this concern, but I do, that if the climate emergency group loses more cases in court, then if that idea of mitigation is repudiated and all of a sudden we've forced people to spend a lot of money unnecessarily, could they come, is that a risk? Could they come back on us? So what are we going to be what are we going to be asking them to do here?
Mr. Fleming?
Your worship, that remains to be seen, but I think that an underlying theme of this is that we want to be reasonable and pragmatic in the way that we're moving forward while still being effective in addressing the issues. So the idea is certainly not to be requiring through regulation highly expensive alternative ways of developing, but rather to look at the current ways of developing and see how we can enhance those in a practical way.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, well, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. I had no one else on the first round, but I did have on the second round. Well, I guess you get in under the first round, Councillor Van Meerbergen, and then I'll turn it over to Councillor Turner if there are no other first-timers on the list.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we have to start with this entire issue at the municipal level about the efficacy of our efforts in this small little piece of the world called London, Ontario. I mean, even as a nation, we're at 1.6% contribution to GHG, which I believe is the excess GHG, because of course GHGs are naturally occurring and we need them on our planet. So this would be the excess. So this is 1.6. Our population in London is what, maybe roughly 1.1. So if you do just some quick dirty math, you're coming out to about 176 parts per million parts. So if the total is 1 million, our contribution is about 176 out of that million. It's like putting a pebble next to the CN Tower. We can get to net zero, and what have we accomplished? The pebble? And at what cost? I take the earlier points. We have to be very careful, because when you get into this and you start using vocabulary and language like emergency, you can start to develop a haste. And through that haste, you can start traveling down the road of the law of unintended consequences. And what I'm seeing here, even now at this early stage, if we look at C.1, already we're talking about the cancellation of road widenings. Here we are in London, Ontario, we're choking on traffic. The people of London, certainly in my ward, have told me loud and clear, they want better roads. And yet already we're looking at sacrificing that in the name of climate change. And yet, how does it help us in our ecology, in our environment here in London, to artificially create even more traffic jams? How is that good for the environment? Having stalled and stagnating car engines, blowing out their GHGs and just sitting there because they can't move properly. I mean, it makes sense that actually if you're in favor of lowering the GHGs, to have this traffic flowing. And then as time goes on, and it's coming fast, I take the earlier point, I think from Councillor Lehman, technology is moving quickly. The automobile is developing to electric. It's becoming better, it's becoming cheaper, and before you know it, the majority of cars on the road will be electric and non-producing of GHGs. So the actual cure is going to come, right now, it's the big bad car that we see in this graphic that's in our package. But in the end, it's going to be the car that's going to deliver us from this overproduction of GHG. Why? Because they're running electrically without any emissions. And it's other technologies that are being developed as we speak. So if we go ahead and start developing this, within London, made in London, complication, where we do things like stop roads, don't widen roads. Councillor Hopkins and myself share Southdale Road through our ward. People are screaming to have Southdale widened. Are we going to tell them no because of climate change? I don't think so. And then for what purpose?
Sorry, I'm going to ask the gallery, please. We appreciate your enthusiasm, but this dialogue is intended to be for councillors to have their own discussion on the issue. Thank you. Councillor, please.
And then for what purpose? We have these clean, non-polluting vehicles in the year 2050, but we don't have the road network to support it. Therefore, we now hurt our own local economy and our own standard of living within London, Ontario. Really? I think we need to think this through. And I also think we need to realize that unless China and India step up to the plate, leave it at that.
So noted, thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry to jump in one more time. I did want to have a question or just perhaps a recommendation. With respect to the Municipal Act, Section 8 is where we obtain our powers to create bylaws and to do a number of acts. I won't recommend it as an amendment, but perhaps as we're going forward, to take a look in the most creative way that we can apply Section 8 of the Municipal Act so that we can affect some of the changes that we actually need to do. I'm really glad Councillor Van Meerbergen said what he said, because that tees it up really nicely for me, because that needs to be addressed. So the question of what does London do, why at the municipal level, and why is that important? Well, it's critically and essential, important that we do something at the municipal level. The most nimble level of government is municipal. It's our ability to be able to take actions at the local level, because, well, one, all politics is local, but two, all the most significant impacts, and I think Councillor Pelosa mentioned it, come from municipalities. The way our homes are, the way we drive, the way we use roads, the way we produce waste, all of those things are municipal. Our impacts on our water systems, our impacts on our air, all of those are within the municipal realm. Long time ago, municipalities started to take action on cosmetic pesticides. They realized there was a problem, and since then, we've recognized that 2,4-D is a fairly significant carcinogen, but municipalities were the first on the fight against cosmetic pesticides, to the point that municipality after municipality after municipality started to enact bylaws until the province had no choice but to react and say, we've got to harmonize this. And the province created a law provincially to regulate the use of cosmetic pesticides. And the same thing happened in, say, California, for example. California developed the California emission standards for vehicles. It was really hard to build vehicles with one emission standard just for the Californian market and one vehicle for the rest of the North American market. And so pretty much everybody conformed to the California emission standard. The ability for us to have impact on a global level starts at the municipal level. Our procurement, if we have procurement policies, and they're mentioned in here, that we have specific climate requirements in the procurements that we do, can help affect trade policies at the national and international level. And so that's how we start to impact countries like China and the United States, who are the largest national producers of greenhouse gases. But I'll tell you something. We as individuals in Canada are amongst the largest per capita producers of greenhouse gases and the largest per capita producers of waste. And so I'm going to take that as a chance, if I might, through you, Your Worship, to Londoners. This is going to require us to work together in partnership. It's going to require you to do some heavy lifting too. It's going to be taking a look at your own food waste. How much do you scrape off into the garbage every day? How much food goes rotten in your fridge? Consider how much energy is required to produce that food. 1/3 of your waste just goes straight into the garbage. Look for ways to increase energy efficiency. I think Councillor Lewis talked about taking a look at ways we can insulate our homes better and use less in our own households. Take a look at ways you can drive less. Perhaps one day a week you take a bus or you walk or you bike. Or you go even further. Perhaps your household has 2 cars and you give up 1. And we're really going to need you to be loud and vocal and let us know that you support the policy directions that we're taking. Because there are going to be people who are concerned, and they need to hear, as we make policies, we need to know that there's support for them. So that's my plea to you through Your Worship, to Londoners. I hope that we can really move forward on this, and I think this is a great start.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
A lot of ground has been covered. I want to talk just briefly about the idea that responding to climate change is necessarily something that, is more expensive or costs money. In many cases, the kind of things we need to do are things that save money and are more efficient. And that's why you see in the private sector very widespread support for climate action. A lot of times when people are making changes to their business, yes, it benefits the environment, it also benefits the bottom line. It is a lot cheaper to drive an electric car than it is to drive a car that requires gas, even with the technology that is available and on the road now. Yes, it costs a bit more upfront, but over the life cycle of the vehicle, it's cheaper. So if as a society we want to make life more affordable, there's a lot of things that are good for the environment and also make life affordable. And I think the idea that we're going to be imposing things on business is not accurate. And certainly at the higher level jurisdictions, like the national level, the lack of something like a carbon price is driving away investment from all kinds of companies, right? You just get screened out by investment funds now. Sorry, you don't have a carbon price, that's it, we're not even investing. And it's trillions of dollars that are managed with those kind of screens now. So even from a business perspective, if all you care about is business and saving money, a lot of these things make a lot of sense, whether you want to benefit the environment or not. So I just want to say that. I think you see in London, we have private sector interests building already net zero homes, right? So West 5, I've been out there, they've got net zero homes going already. And they're just getting better and better at it, and we're learning from that. And I think we need to accept that a lot of the great ideas are going to be coming from the private sector, and we're going to be trying to encourage other actors in the private sector to adopt the leading practices of people who are first into this area. And so I want to just recognize that a lot of the leadership and a lot of the innovation is happening in the private sector. I also want to just directly sort of respond to the idea that we're small, so what can we do? I'm trying to think of what it would be like when my great-grandfather, he lied about his age to get into the war, so he'd go fight. Canada at the time was 0.42% of the world's population. And if he just sat there being like, well, it's just me and what could I do? I mean, how would World War I have turned out? Right? We're basically 0.5% of the population now. We were 0.4% of the population then. Individual action is really important. We have more responsibility to do what's right, not just for ourselves, but for other people. Right? And I think we can lead the way. Canada has led the way in lots of fronts. London has led the way in a lot of fronts. We can do that now. We're playing catch up at this point.
So colleagues, I've got no one else on the speakers list. So what we have, Councillor Van Holst.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is kind of an interesting one for me because, of course, I've always considered myself an environmentalist. I was no trace camping half a century ago in high school. In the 70s, we had a program in London, which was the Environmental Leadership Program, and then he took a select number of students from each school to be in that. I was part of that. I'm a graduate of the National Outdoor Leadership School in the Rockies, and of course, I taught environmental science as well as chemistry, and and I think it was 2 years before I ran for council, I was down at a conference on making ethanol and biofuels. So, and that's something in my first campaign, I said, hey, this might be an opportunity for London. So, a lot of, and I've of course also brought new technologies that are non-emitting to the city to have us look at. I'm not going to support this one, not because there isn't a bunch of good ideas in it, and not because I don't think we'll do, for the most part, a good job, and stick to the kinds of things that Deputy Mayor Helmer talked about, the ones where you actually are saving money. There's lots of ways to save money with efficiency, and so, however, the climate energy narrative, climate emergency narrative, which I'll keep discussing it like that, or the climate emergency hypothesis, if you will, I still think doesn't stand up from my perspective. And so, because I think this is based on a false premise, I'm going to vote against it. But of course, once it's passed, I'll be supporting those things.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So colleagues, we have a recommendation from staff, and there are a number of points. I've been asked to pull some of those points for the purpose of separate voting, not for separate discussion, but for separate voting. It's not clear to me now, Councillor Van Holst, if there are some of those that you actually wish to have dealt with separately, you would now like to reconsider? Or can you give me some direction on that quickly, please? Without speaking to the issue, just the points you'd like to have dealt with, please.
Well, Your Worship, are you going to pull something for the sake of anyone else?
Well, I've got some from Councillor Van Meerbergen as well.
Okay, there's some specific ones. Okay, you don't need to pull anything specific for me. It's just really.
So noted. Thank you very much. And Councillor Van Meerbergen, do you wish to have those dealt with separately, those items? Okay, so then we'll do those, colleagues, we'll do those as a group, but I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to page 163 and 4, because if we deal with those as a group as requested by Councillor Van Meerbergen, we are talking about A6, B2, B3, B4, B5, we're not playing bingo, by the way, colleagues, C1, C2, C5, and finally DI. So we'll deal with those first, and then we'll deal with the balance of the staff recommendation second. May I, when the clerk is ready, we will turn your attention to the screen and vote. And to be clear, when they're up, the vote yes is to support the recommendation and no is to the contrary. Is there a question, Councillor Turner? Yeah, please.
Point of order, the motion is put in the framing of the motion that's put there. Motions, I believe, can only be put at council, is that correct? I'm just curious as to wording.
I'll let the clerk respond to that, but I think we knew where we were going with that. Clerk, please.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're simply putting that way because the whole motion is currently on the floor. We can change the word "put" if you wish in the, yes.
Any other clarification of the motion on the floor? All right, I think that's on your screen for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 11-2.
And colleagues, I'll put the balance of the recommendations on the floor. And as we do so, I'll turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-1.
Colleagues, I'm going to look for a motion to have a brief recess for 20 minutes, and I'll note that we are now dealing with items 4.2 through 4.6. So I'll look for a firstly, I'll look for a motion to have a recess. Councillor Pelosi, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Let's do a hand vote on that, please. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We'll see you back in 20 minutes, and thank you to the gallery for being part of this.
We want Ed. We want Ed. We want Ed.
All right, colleagues, thanks very much. We'll resume. And I'm going to turn our attention to 4.2, the appointment of the Middlesex London Health Unit Board of Directors. I believe there is a motion to be put forward, and I think it's Councillor Lehman is looking to make that. No, he's not. Sorry, I'm ahead of myself a little bit, colleagues. We've got an appointment to the Middlesex London Health Unit Board, and we have two individuals who have put their names forward, Councillor Van Holst and Councillor Kayabaga. I'm not aware of anyone else that has indicated an interest, but you'll forgive me. I think I need to open that up and ask if any other colleagues wish to have their name put forward for consideration. Looks like then, colleagues, seeing none, that we are ready to vote. There are two names for consideration. Sorry, Councillor Van Holst, please.
Oh, yes, thank you. Just pointing out that I'm able to write very short letters too, I guess. And
Sorry for that.
This term, I've actually got less responsibilities than I did last time, last council. I was on the Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy as our representative, and the Food Policy Council as our representative, both which worked with the London Middlesex Health Unit.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just Councillor Kayabaga is sick today, and she just asked me to just convey her desire to be on this board. I'm currently on the board, and I know that a lot of the work that the health unit does is addressing vulnerable populations, and there is an oversized amount of people in need living in the downtown core, which is the councillor's ward, so she felt it was a good fit for her.
Thank you very much, colleagues. There are two names on the ballot. We'll ask the clerk to bring that to the screen as we vote.
Closing the vote, and the result is 6-5 in favor of Councillor Kayabaga.
Thank you very much. I'll look for a motion to accept Councillor Kayabaga as the Middlesex London Health Unit. Councillor Van Holst, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. I'll turn your attention to the screen.
Closing the vote, and the motion's passed 11 with 1 recuse.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'll now turn your attention to the next item on the agenda. I think I've got it right this time, the appointment of the County City Liaison Committee, which the mayor is automatic. Then there are 2 members of council and 1 alternate member of council. Councillor Lehman.
I would like to nominate Councillor Stephen Turner and Councillor Josh Morgan for the appointment to the City or County City Liaison Committee with Jesse Helmer as the alternate.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hillier. Councillor Van Holst? Oh, you were seconding. 30, actually. That's even nicer, actually. Any other comments or questions or other nominations to be considered? So we still are going to vote. So I'll turn your attention to the screen.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-0.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I'm going to turn your attention to the next item on the agenda, which is the confirmation of appointments to the Argyle BIA. You will see in your package the recommendation as put forward. And I will look for, that is on page 205, to fill a vacant position. So I'll look, you'll move that, Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Any comments, questions? Councillor Lewis.
I'll just be very brief, Your Worship, just to let colleagues know that this replacement on the board is actually not only from the same sector, but from the same business in the Argyle BIA, but a staffing change there necessitated a change in who would represent the business at the board level.
Thank you. Any other comments? Appreciate the clarification. Then I'll turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-0.
Colleagues, now I'll look to 4.5 on the agenda, which deals with the appointments to the London Downtown Business Association. Councillor Lehman.
I will recuse myself from this vote as I am a member of the LDBA.
Thanks very much. You'll see the presentation sent to us through the chair of the LDBA, Mr. Gallagher, and I'll look for a motion to accept. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Turner. Any comments, questions? Then let's turn your attention to the screen as we vote, please.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 11-0 with 1 recuse.
Thanks very much, colleagues. We now 4.6, the West Transit motion. So consistent with the last communications, colleagues, you'll see that Mr. Bill Brock has provided some information for consideration. He is not here to request delegate status, but I'll look for a motion to receive his communication. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. I'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-0.
Thank you, colleagues. You'll also see now the communication from three of our colleagues. And I'd like to ask if someone would like to put this on the floor for discussion. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Morgan. Comments or discussion? Councillor Van Holst.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to our colleagues. I'm just wondering what kind of ideas you've had some discussions about that. I'm wondering what you're hoping to see, or what ideas your residents have come up for this area.
That's a very prescriptive question. I thought that the motion was much more general with some items, but who are you directing that to? Because it's signed by three of the councillors, I'd ask if you direct it to one. That might be helpful.
Okay. I'll pick Josh Morgan because he's looking at me with a large smile, and indicating an openness to answer the question.
And he's closest. There we go. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst. I agree with what the mayor said. What we outlined here was a series of possible options, but you'll see that we put included but not limited to. I know our staff have certainly heard from both the public as well as had some discussions about options in the West End. And so what we've put together here is the possibility to come back with some projects loosely around these parameters, but I think it's actually open to a function of some of the work our staff have already done, some of the options that we've outlined, piecing those together within a framework and bringing back some options, none of which we would decide on today. And so I'm very hesitant to go into a lot of detail about this resident said this or that resident said that. The motion generally outlines the general parameters of what each of us have heard. And I would say some of us have heard certain components of this, others have heard other parts of this. So this is certainly a combination of three councillors and the feedback we've gotten. So I know that doesn't answer your question directly, but the motion speaks for itself, I think, and my colleagues can add anything that they'd like to add.
If they wish, otherwise I'll turn to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to answer the councillor's question, kind of disappointed you didn't pick me first, but I'm more than happy to follow up with Councillor Morgan. But more important, I want to acknowledge Councillor Morgan and Councillor Lehman. The three of us worked together looking at opportunities for the West Leg, talking with staff. This is a request to have staff come forward with opportunities, options. I know we decided back in the spring on 10 projects. Unfortunately, the West is not included. And this, to me, is not a roadblock, but another way, another opportunity to look at the West Leg, working with the consultants that are already working on the environmental assessment, coming back to us with matrix numbers, and we may not get everything that's here in the request, but it is an opportunity, and I think it's really, really important, not only an opportunity, but also a funding opportunity too, to see if we have those opportunities. And I'm hoping that my colleagues will support the request that's going back to staff. It will be coming back to us to have a look at what that would look like.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quickly through you to staff, perhaps to Ms. Chair. Might you be able to comment a little bit about our capacity to undertake such a project from a few different lenses? One, with respect to available municipal financing, which, as I understood, when we went through the spring exercise, we actually consumed all of it. The eligibility for something like this for a development charge financing, and what would be required of that. I imagine it would require a rewrite of the DC bylaw. Third, any requirements in the transportation master plan, if we would need to rewrite or revisit that. Just generally what this looks like as a project for our staff.
Ms. Chair, do you want to tackle that, please?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll start, and then perhaps Ms. Barbone or Mr. Yeoman may wish to jump in. In terms of capacity to deliver the actual work that is here, staff are able to do so within the existing contract we have with the consultant who prepared the environmental assessment. There's some funding left over in that case, and we could do so towards the end of the first quarter. With respect to the financial capacity available for the programs that were submitted so far, the municipal share, as I understand as well, is exhausted. There is still money available for future applications. However, with the federal program, there would have to be obviously the matching municipal contribution found, and that would be a discussion to have with council. The degree to which that could be problematic or possible would depend on the nature of the recommendations from this process. And I think that would be what's fair to say about development charges as well. The West Leg and North Leg do remain in the DC model in advance of some other substitution for those projects being provided. So there is still funding associated with it from a DC perspective. Depending on the outcome of this process, those projects may or may not be DC eligible. We would have to bring that back relative to the DC bylaw, and with obviously colleagues in development and compliance helping us out with those decisions.
Councillor Turner.
So those are some pretty big obstacles, and I worry about us being able to do this. The second part is how that works in conjunction with the operational budget identifications through the London Transit Commission. I'm supportive of trying to find a way through this, but I think this is going to be markedly more expensive than what we had 6 months ago. In order to access those federal and provincial dollars, we've got to find another roughly 25% to contribute towards the cost of this. And the development charges themselves are associated with growth-related infrastructure. So bus bay cutouts and traffic lights don't really count for that. But dedicated lanes do, and so does realignment of the underground infrastructure. Well, more the dedicated lanes components. So I worry a little bit about this. I'm intrigued to see what comes back, but I think this is a conversation, especially given the scarcity of resources, and we've had a few conversations about that already tonight. Is everybody willing to fund that?
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Just briefly, I want to thank the councillors for bringing the motion forward. I think obviously you made decisions earlier this year that kind of created some uncertainty around what's going to happen in the West. And I think we need to resolve that one way or the other soon, because the issues and the pressure that's happening on transportation mobility in the west part of London, I mean, they're not going away. It's just going to get worse as we have more and more people living along the corridors and more people trying to move around the city over time. So I think we have to come up with a solution. I think the motion is broad enough that you can look at a whole bunch of different options. And at least for myself, I'm optimistic that we can figure a way through that, because, if you look at what we did put forward for funding, a large portion of the West Leg is all at the intersection of Oxford and Wharncliffe. And actually, we did put forward a project about Oxford and Wharncliffe, and it's not exactly the same, but it's very close. And the funding is already in place for that particular part. So, I think if we look at the overall piece and we say, how can we resolve this? How can we meet even more of the needs that are in West London? I mean, I'm open to that. If you want to improve transit even more on top of what we were talking about, I'm happy to have a conversation about that. So I think the councillors are trying to find a way forward. I want to recognize the work that they've done to bring this to this point, and then we're going to get great advice from our staff, as we always do, about how we can address that. I'm sure there's going to be different options, and I wouldn't expect everyone to be in agreement about how we ought to proceed once we see the options, but I think we have to have the discussion. I'm glad to see some forward momentum on the west leg.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I could almost sum this up by saying what Deputy Mayor Helmer just said, but I do want to add a couple of things to that. One of the reasons that I was not in support of the west leg as originally presented was the situation we saw where we were going to have center running dedicated lanes and then having to move to curb running lanes just between the mosque and Warrencliffe. We were going to move in between mixed traffic and dedicated lanes. To me, it wasn't a route that as presented made sense operationally, but what I see here is something I can absolutely support because it's going to bring forward a number of different options that do provide an opportunity to improve transit service to the west, which is a growth area and which will need it. I'm encouraged by the mention in here of things like park and rides, because I've said this repeatedly. I don't think transit is going to be the full commute for everybody on every drive, but if we can make it part of the commute where they can leave their car further out and take transit into the core, I think that that's a win for us. I think it's not a win just in terms of transportation. I think it's a win on the climate file as well. So I'm happy the councillors have brought this forward, and I'm going to be supporting them on this.
Other comments, questions? Councillor Lehman.
Well, I too am disappointed that Councillor Van Holst didn't choose me first. However,
Okay. Don't worry.
thanks. Yeah, where the funding lands on this, what I do know is that there's money there to take a look at this, that is already in place. There are 10 projects that had nothing to do with dedicated lanes that were funded, so I'm anxious to see what would qualify for funding. But the biggest takeaway here is we have 3 councillors, and I think that had divergent views in the last go around on a highly contentious issue for London and for this council. And I hope that, I don't want to say set an example, but it shows that 3 people with different opinions can kind of get into a room and maybe hammer some things out for the benefit of all, especially as we go into this budget time. I hope that spirit comes to the fore, that we do at the end of the day, we get the best solution possible for London. And this solution here, I think, provides a good look to see what's available for the West End. And who knows, maybe ideas that come out from this can be used throughout London, not just on defined corridors, bringing transit closer to more folks that may consider using transit instead of leaving their cars at home, and improving the experience for current transit users.
Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. I'm disappointed when Councillor Lehman talks about getting 3 people to agree. Often we have 15 around this horseshoe, so how good is that? So there you have it, Councillor Lehman. But good for you that 3 councillors in the West have found some unanimity on an issue. It's in that regard, though, I want to make a comment, and that is I'm certainly comfortable supporting this motion, colleagues, with a couple of caveats. And one would be that it doesn't preclude councillors from across other areas or regions that either may wish to support this specifically or consider other options in the mix. And I've been advised by our Director of Engineering that, in fact, that can all be considered as part of the mix of review. I know there's one councillor, Councillor Squire, is not here, and he's got an idea that he would like to put forward as well. I would say to colleagues, there's time to do that. Sooner than later is helpful. But there may be others that come through and say, we think this is important for whatever reason. And I think the beauty of this is that we will certainly, if this is supported by council tonight and at SPPC and ultimately to council, that it'll be reviewed. But it isn't mutually exclusive to any other issues that might be considered. And I think Councillor Turner raises a great point. We know we have some $150 million of federal and provincial funding that's out there. Some of that will require a municipal contribution. We'll leave it to the magic of staff to help us work that through to see what practical applications that can look like. But I think that happens with the best ideas that come forward. And certainly our staff have been invited to come up with some suggestions along the lines of what you've seen in this motion. So just be prepared that there will be others that may well come forward with some thoughts around this. And we will then ask staff to put that in the mix, and we'll give this all due consideration. So I'm pleased that the councillors have come together to put this forward. I think that's very important.
I have Councillor Van Holst next, and I'll hand the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to commiserate with Councillors Lehman and Hopkins. I also was not a first choice tonight. So I grew up in the West End, so I was excited to hear what new ideas you might have there. So it's great to see three councillors working together. It's exciting that three councillors are even allowed to talk to each other, so that was good too. I'm happy to support your motion.
Thanks very much, because there was no quorum, that's why. So, noting that, forgive me, Councillor Hopkins, before I reach out to you, I will always, as I do, invite anyone else who hasn't yet spoken to this, who would like to, and then I'll certainly come right back to you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken to this? You don't consider that an answer? All right, you're next, and then if you don't mind, Councillor Hopkins, you can be the cleanup first on this, unless others have to speak. Councillor Morgan.
Yes, before I was trying to answer Van Holst's question, I wasn't really speaking to my thoughts on this. I will say I do appreciate it. He picked me first, and I know the people on the west side of the horseshoe stick together, despite the fact that my west side colleagues are on the east side of the horseshoe. It's very confusing. But I will say I do appreciate working the process that we've gone through, and I can tell colleagues this is not a process that just came up in the last little while. Both Councillor Lehman and I and Hopkins, we're all for a little while working independently on some ideas, and through the process of discovering that we were working on ideas, we ended up having the opportunity to come together and find some common ground with the types of things that we're hearing from our constituents, the types of things that we wanted to see, both the concerns that we had for the previous West route, as well as the things we liked about it, and actually having the chance to have a dialogue and craft something together that we could all sign our names to, I think was a process that was quite enjoyable, and I enjoyed working with the colleagues on this. Now, I will say, Councillor Turner is absolutely right. Like, putting this motion together is a very easy part. Getting the information back and all of the things that it says in all of the debates, and we will probably disagree on a number of the components that come back, will be the more difficult part. But what we have right now is timing and opportunity to move forward with something, and I'll certainly say to the mayor, I don't think that anything we're doing precludes anyone else from bringing forward ideas. There is federal and provincial money still available. I would expect councillors who want to access that to bring forward ideas. Finding the municipal contribution obviously will be an important part of the discussion, but we should at least give ourselves every opportunity to make sure that we access those funds, or at least have the conversations about the types of projects and consequences of doing so for that money before we make a final decision. So I think the timing is right to be able to access some current resources, as well as line ourselves up with future funding processes. And I'd look forward to any other letters in the future that colleagues bring forward with other parts of the city that may need transit projects, with the exclusion of anything I have a conflict on, of course.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, I do have a couple quick questions, but just following up on this request. As I understand it, this is for the West Leg. There's nothing to prevent any other councillor coming forward with requests as well. But as I understand it, it is specifically to the West Leg. And if I could just get that confirmation.
Ms. Scher?
Your Worship, as I interpret the motion, what we will be reporting back on is the West Leg. If any of the decisions that we recommend related to the West Leg could potentially impact other service delivery, we'd want to make sure we highlight those things. For example, the North and West would leave the downtown on the same route at this point on the previous plan, so we'd want to make sure that any conflicts there were addressed. The door is open to have other conversations. We also do intend to do a master review of the Transportation Master Plan starting in 2021, although we are looking to potentially bring that into late 2020. So there'll be another mechanism to look at even more holistic opportunities for the city. But we have the CEA money that is appropriately spent here.
Thank you for the response. I think that's something that's going to be quite interesting to get that information coming back to us on the master plan, transportation master plan update. So obviously, this is not going to be the last conversation that we're going to have with this. And I just want to sort of say that in my ward, we're not being served. I do know that we're all about development. It's only going to get worse. One of the things I hear over and over again that we do not have options. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what options. I know it's a very broad request, but we need opportunities to help our residents move around. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no one else on my list. Seeing none, then I will turn your attention to the screen as we vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 11-1.
Colleagues, I'm not aware of any deferred matters or additional business. And before I declare adjournment, this gives me an opportunity on behalf of council to thank staff. And we had a number of people in the gallery earlier, and we appreciate their attendance as well, while they were here to hear a number of matters that were of import. So we'll do a hand vote as we look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Hillier. All those in favor? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.